Chapter 2259. Alarmed by the aura of Yang Kai's Emperor artifact, the 20 to 30 Dao Source Realm cultivators, who had come to the Qin family, had basically all left. Only one person remained standing in the air. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked at that person. It was a woman dressed like a young woman. Her figure was graceful, her skin was as white as snow, and her black hair flowed down her back like a waterfall. She wore a turquoise palace dress, and her beautiful eyes were bright. Although she was wary of Yang Kai, she wasn't afraid of him. This young woman's cultivation wasn't high, but it wasn't low either. She was around the second-order Dao Source realm, and it seemed like she came from a medium-sized sect or family. Why haven't you left yet? Yang Kai's face couldn't help but sink when he saw that she wasn't moving. Hearing this, the young woman asked, "May I ask if little brother is Yang Kai's Grandmaster Yang?" Yang Kai furrowed his brow and became vigilant in his heart. He didn't answer and asked instead, "Who are you?" The young woman hurriedly said, "This mistress is Thousand Leaves Sect's Yi Jinghan." Thousand Leaves Sect. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. He had a vague impression of this sect, but it wasn't a deep one. However, he was sure that this Thousand Leaves Sect wasn't a big sect. It was probably similar to Blue Feather Sect, and didn't have any masters from the Emperor realm. It only had a few Dao Source realm cultivators in the entire southern territory. If there weren't 1,000 sects like this, they would at least be 800. Each of them occupied a territory and thrived. Perhaps their ancestors had created a lot of glory, but after passing it down from generation to generation, the sect's influence gradually declined. Blue Feather Sect was the best example. The ancestor of Blue Feather Sect's sect master, Wu Mengshan. He was the strongest person in the star boundary. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor was the Great Emperors of the Great Emperors. But in his generation, Wu Mengshan was only a third-order Dao Source realm cultivator and the sect master of a small sect. In this world, there was no sect that could last forever. There were no clans that didn't scatter. Only the Star Soul Palace and a few of the top sects could achieve 10,000 years of inheritance. "Is it really Grandmaster Yang?" Yi Jinghan asked anxiously. "You've got the wrong person," Yang Kai replied without hesitation. The members of the Qin family and the disciples of the octagonal door stared at him with wide eyes. "That's right, he is Grandmaster Yang of Yang Kai." The round-faced woman who had fallen in love with Luo Yuan suddenly opened her mouth and admitted on behalf of Yang Kai. After she finished speaking, she grinned at Yang Kai and made a funny face. Yang Kai couldn't help but glare at her fiercely. "You really are Grandmaster Yang." Yi Jinghan couldn't help but feel a little excited after confirming Yang Kai's identity. "I said you've got the wrong person. In this world, there are many people with the same name and surname. Quickly leave. If you don't leave, then I won't be polite to you." Kai Yang impatiently waved his hand, driving her away like a chicken. Yi Jinghan bit her red lips and looked at Yang Kai pitifully. "Grandmaster Yang, can you listen to a few words of this mistress? Once I'm done speaking, this mistress will leave." "I'm not in the mood." "You." The round-faced woman couldn't stand it anymore and said angrily, "She's already begging you, so why don't you listen to her? Don't you know what it means to have tender feelings for a woman?" Yang Kai glared at her and said, "I don't know. Besides, she came here to steal my treasures, so if I want to listen to her, what would you do if this happened to your Luo Yuan?" "My Luo Yuan?" The round-faced woman blushed and became bashful, but soon her pretty face turned cold and she snorted coldly. "Who dares to have ideas about Brother Luo? Beat her to death." Her face was filled with murderous intent, which surprised Yang Kai. He didn't expect that this young woman would have such a cold side. "Qin family head, please see our guest out," Yang Kai said to Qin Chaoyang and beckoned to Qin Yu. "Young lady Qin, please come with me." Qin Yu quickly walked toward Yang Kai. On the other side, Qin Zhaoyang thought for a moment before his body flickered, and he flew up into the sky. He started talking to Yi Jinghan, as if he was trying to persuade her to leave. But Yi Jinghan wasn't swayed by his words. She just continued begging him. "That's right." Yang Kai took a few steps forward, then looked back at the people from the octagonal door and sneered. "Behave yourselves. If you dare to act presumptuously again, I'll teach you a lesson." The people from the octagonal door broke out in cold sweat. How could they dare to refuse? They all nodded in agreement. They had seen how Yang Kai had killed Chu Huairun and snatched the middle-aged man's artifact. They knew that they weren't Yang Kai's match, so if they provoked Yang Kai, they wouldn't have a good end. The round-faced woman said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on them. They won't act recklessly. That'd better be the case. Otherwise, don't blame me for not giving face to Luo Yuan." Yang Kai snorted, then turned around and left. He led Qin Yu to the secret room and asked her to sit down cross-legged. Then, Qin Chaoyang rushed in anxiously, as if he had already dealt with Yi Jinghan's matter. He looked at Yang Kai expectantly and asked nervously, "Brother Yang, what's the result of this trip to the Four Seasons realm?" He hadn't had time to ask about the tribulation fruit since he returned from Yang Kai. Now that he finally had some free time, he couldn't wait to know the result. Qin Yu's tender body couldn't help trembling slightly, and her breathing became rapid, as if she couldn't control her emotions. After all, this was a matter of life and death for her. How could a girl under the age of 18, who hadn't seen enough of the world's splendor, and hadn't seen enough of life, be able to face death with equanimity? Yang Kai glanced at the two of them and said with a faint smile, "Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you." Saying so, he took out the jade box from his space ring and opened it with a flick of his finger. A spirit fruit that looked like it had been carved out of ice and jade entered the eyes of the two Qin family members. Qin Chaoyang opened his eyes wide and observed it carefully, while Qin Yu couldn't help but stretch her neck and stare at it in a daze. "That's right. That's it. This is the tribulation fruit." After staring at it for a while, Qin Chaoyang suddenly burst into laughter, tears flowing from his eyes as he said, "I recognize it. That master once showed me an image of this spirit fruit." Hearing this, Qin Yu couldn't help covering her red lips with her small hands, feeling as if a great stone had been lifted from her heart. Her entire body seemed to have lost all strength, and she directly collapsed to the ground. There were many twists and turns in the process of obtaining this spirit fruit, so I wasn't able to rush back as quickly as possible. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Yang Kai didn't explain too much and simply said lightly. Qin Chaoyang said with tears streaming down his face, "There's no need to rush. This time, it was all thanks to Brother Yang that Yuer's life was saved." By the way, Qin family head, did that master say how this spirit fruit should be consumed by Miss Qin? Should it be refined into a pill? If so, I can help a little, Yang Kai asked seriously. "There's no need to refine it." Qin Chaoyang shook his head and said, "That master said that we only need to find the tribulation fruit and let Yuer consume it directly. Her world tribulation body was originally caused by the heavens and earth cutting off her vitality. The medicinal effect of the tribulation fruit can transform into an invisible bridge and reconnect that severed vitality. Yuer will no longer have to suffer the pain of this physique in the future. Then there's no time to lose. Quickly let Miss Qin consume it," Yang Kai said as he quickly handed the jade box to Qin Yu. Qin Yu reached out and received it. Looking at the tribulation fruit, she then looked up at Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang. Seeing their encouraging expressions, she no longer hesitated and stretched out her slender jade fingers, taking the tribulation fruit out of the jade box. Covering her mouth with one hand, she slowly chewed. After a short while, the spirit fruit entered her stomach. Qin Chaoyang looked at Qin Yu anxiously and asked worriedly, "Yuer, do you feel any discomfort?" Qin Yu shook her head and said, "No, it's just cold." As soon as she finished speaking, her expression suddenly changed. Her beautiful face was almost distorted, as if she was enduring great torment and pain. At the same time, an extremely special energy leisurely swayed out from within her body, transforming into a layer of white light that enveloped her entire body. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he circulated his divine sense, and instantly saw that the originally thick black qi around Qin Yu's body was slowly being dispelled and melted by the white light. As the black qi dissipated, Qin Yu's pain seemed to gradually ease and a trace of vitality was gradually born in her tender body, spreading to her limbs and bones. Upon seeing this scene, Yang Kai lightly nodded his head. He knew that this was the time for Qin Yu's stubborn illness. Brother Yang, this. Qin Chaoyang was at a loss for words. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, Qin family head, let's go out first. Miss Qin should be fine. She just needs time to accumulate. Brother Yang, are you sure? Qin Chaoyang asked worriedly, but after saying this, he felt that something was wrong and hurriedly said, It's not that this Qin doesn't believe you, but I understand. Yang Kai smiled and said, Qin family head, you are confused because you care too much. You can use your divine sense to scan Qin Yu's body, and you'll understand. Hearing this, Qin Chaoyang immediately performed a scan, and after a while, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Now can we leave with peace of mind? Yang Kai smiled slightly. Qin Chaoyang was a little embarrassed by his teasing and said awkwardly, Yor has had a hard life since she was young. Her parents both died in her early years, and she is the only descendant of the Qin family left. She and this old man have been relying on each other for more than 10 years. If even she... I understand. Yang Kai nodded seriously. As they spoke, the two left the secret room. With a flick of his wrist, Yang Kai took out the myriad sword and handed it to Qin Chaoyang with both hands, saying, Qin family head. This sword is returned to the Qin family. Please verify it. Qin Chaoyang looked at the myriad sword with a calm gaze. After a long time, he reached out and touched the sword, saying, The myriad sword was left behind by my Qin family's ancestors, and is also the family treasure of the Qin family. For 10,000 years, the ancestors of my Qin family have taken it as their duty to restore the family's glory, and have set the goal of refining and controlling the myriad sword. But only a few have achieved it. In this old master's generation, he sighed heavily and continued, This treasured sword has been sealed away, and has never seen the light of day. If the ancestors in the underworld knew of this, I wonder if they would blame us. Yang Kai said, Young Lady Qin's talent is extraordinary. She has already reached the origin-returning realm at the age of 18. Now that she has been freed from her suffering, she will definitely become a great talent in the future. Qin Chaoyang smiled and said, This old master has placed all his hopes on you. So this old master would like to ask Brother Yang to keep this sword for now. Chapter 2260. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Qin Chaoyang said, This sword can only display its full power in your hands. Brother Yang, please use it for now. If one day you can break through to the Emperor realm, you can give this sword to her. What do you think? He looked as if he was leaving an orphan on his deathbed, as if he was making arrangements for his funeral. Yang Kai's eyes flashed. He knew that Qin Chaoyang was preparing for a rainy day. Although Qin Chaoyang was not young, he was still a Dao Source realm cultivator. If nothing unexpected happened, he would have no problem living for another 100 or 80 years. However, his cultivation wasn't very high after all. In the star boundary, the path of a cultivator was filled with thorns at every step. Who could guarantee that they would have a good ending? Perhaps one day, an unexpected calamity would befall them, and they would be swept up in some storm, and lose their lives for no reason. If that really happened, no one would be able to protect the Qin family. Qin Zhaoyang wanted to hand over the myriad sword to Yang Kai for safekeeping for two reasons. Firstly, it was because an ordinary man's wealth was his own ruin, and he was worried that the myriad sword would bring trouble to the Qin family. Secondly, he probably wanted to use it as a pivot to draw closer the relationship between Yang Kai and the Qin family. As long as the myriad sword was in Yang Kai's hands, he would definitely not sit back and watch the Qin family. If something really happened to him, at least there would be someone to take care of Qin Yu. Yang Kai thought for a moment and quickly guessed Qin Chaoyang's intentions. After pondering for a moment, he did not refuse and said, Since the Qin family patriarch trusts this Yang so much, then I will use this sword for a while. I will definitely not disgrace the reputation of the Qin family's ancestors. He was quite comfortable using the myriad sword. He had also thoroughly comprehended the sword Dao secret techniques that could only be used with this treasure, so it was not impossible for him to keep it for a while. Very good. Very good. Qin Chaoyang was overjoyed. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk right at this moment. Suddenly, a burst of muffled thunderous sounds came from under the ground. It was as if thousands of dragon horses were galloping past, shaking the world. At the same time, the spirit qi in the world suddenly fluctuated. What's going on? Qin Xiaoyang's complexion slightly changed as he asked in surprise. Yang Kai's eyes also shone brightly as he released his powerful divine sense. After inspecting the surroundings, his gaze quickly turned towards a certain direction outside the city. He shouted in a low voice, "The source seems to be over there. It seems like something incredible has awakened. Let's go and have a look," Qin Xiaoyang shouted. Yang Kai also had the same idea. The two of them looked at each other, and then used their movement skills to rush out. Just as he flew out of the Qin family, he bumped into a beautiful figure standing quietly in midair. It was Thousand Leaves Sex Yi Jinghan. This young woman didn't seem to have left. She had been waiting outside the Qin family all this time. Upon seeing Yang Kai's figure, Yi Jinghan's eyes lit up and she called out, "Grandmaster Yang, Grandmaster Yang! Get out of the way! Don't block my way!" Yang Kai waved his hand impatiently. He flew past her. In the blink of an eye, he was only a small black dot. Yi Jinghan clenched her teeth as she looked at his back. She then stamped her feet and hurriedly chased after him. Qin family's patriarch, Yang Kai, who was running ahead, turned around and glanced at Yi Jinghan. He asked in a low voice, "Did this woman tell you why she was looking for me?" Qin Xiaoyang grinned and said, "Brother Yang, you've become famous and handsome. You also have an extraordinary cultivation. You're a peerless hero. It's normal for you to attract the attention of some women." Yang Kai reached out and brushed his hair. He straightened his chest and raised his head slightly. In the blink of an eye, he said solemnly, "I'm being serious." Qin Xiaoyang shook his head and said, "She didn't tell this old master in detail. She only said that she wanted to talk to you. I think this woman isn't bad. Even though she's a little older than you, she has a delicate body and a seductive look in her eyes. She's definitely a stunner. Brother Yang, why don't you consider her proposal carefully?" Yang Kai opened his eyes wide and swept his gaze over Qin Xiaoyang, as if he wanted to re-examine him. After a long while he said, "Qin family's patriarch, please conduct yourself with dignity. You're already so old, so it's not appropriate for you to say such things." "Ha ha ha ha." Qin Xiaoyang laughed and patted Yang Kai's shoulder. He said earnestly, "It's a waste of youth if you're not a romantic. Young man, you should seize this opportunity well. In any case, she's definitely up to no good. Just ignore her." Yang Kai curled his lips. While the two were talking, many streaks of light appeared around them. Obviously, these were the Dao Source Realm Masters living in Maplewood City, who sensed the commotion and went to investigate the situation. "Ah, Yang Kai, it's you, you bastard!" A voice suddenly came from the side, sounding extremely angry. Yang Kai turned his head and saw a familiar face at a glance, glaring at him with bloodshot eyes. This person was the former Vice City Lord of Maplewood City, Zhuang Pan. There was another person beside Zhuang Pan. It was a handsome young man with rosy lips and white teeth. His cultivation was not high, only at the level of the First Order Dao Source Realm. Inexplicably, Yang Kai suddenly felt that this guy was a little familiar, but he was sure that he had never seen this person before. "Yang Kai." The young man beside Zhuang Pan heard this, and his eyes instantly lit up. He looked at Yang Kai with a burning gaze and asked Zhuang Pan, "Is he that little brat surnamed Yang?" Replying to young palace master, "It is this little bastard." Zhuang Pan replied, gnashing his teeth, "Who are you calling a bastard?" Yang Kai looked at Zhuang Pan with a look of disdain and sneered. Zhuang Pan's face was livid, but he was not stupid enough to take the initiative to fall into Yang Kai's trap. He just stared at him with eyes full of endless hatred and resentment. "Qin family patriarch, who is that young man?" Yang Kai whispered to Qin Xiaoyang. He saw that although this young man was handsome, his expression was gloomy, and he was hanging around with Zhuang Pan, so he knew that he was not a good person. Flying Saint Palace's young palace master, Ning Yuan Shu. Young palace master? Yang Kai was stunned, but he soon understood. It was likely that the Flying Saint Palace's young palace master had died, and the Flying Saint Palace's palace master had re-established it. Since Ning Yuanshu and Ning Yuancheng were blood brothers, they naturally looked similar. No wonder he looked familiar. While the two were talking, Ning Yuanshu also ordered Zhuang Pan. Since it is this boy, there is no need to be polite. Zhuang Pan, take him for me. This young master wants to ask him properly. Hearing this, Zhuang Pan's face suddenly wrinkled like a bitter gourd. He looked at Ning Yuanshu pitifully and stammered. Young palace master, this. What are you talking about? Hurry up and do it. Do you dare not to listen to my words? Ning Yuanshu looked at him, and suddenly became angry. He slapped Zhuang Pan on the back of his head, causing his neck to shrink back. This subordinate can't beat him, Zhuang Pan said with a look of grief and indignation. After saying that, his whole person was like a deflated ball, without the slightest momentum. Ning Yuanshu stared at him and said, he is from the First Order Dao Source Realm. You are also from the First Order Dao Source Realm. Moreover, you were personally taught by your father's master for 3 days. Why can't you beat him? Last time, I was beaten quite badly by him. My artifact's spirituality was completely lost. Zhuang Pan stammered. What a waste. What use do I have for you? Ning Yuanshu was furious and kicked Zhuang Pan's waist. Zhuang Pan screamed and staggered to the side. Ning Yuanshu didn't even look at Zhuang Pan. Instead, he glared at Yang Kai and shouted in a deep voice, Boy, get over here. He had an arrogant look on his face, as if he had become the one who ordered the world around him, and no one dared to disobey. When the surrounding cultivators heard this, all of them turned pale with fright, and quickly distanced themselves from Ning Yuanshu. Most of these cultivators had just returned from the Qin family. They had seen the scene of Yang Kai flipping out before, and knew that Yang Kai was not to be trifled with. Now that they saw Ning Yuanshu touch the tigers, but how could they dare to stay by his side? Even if there were people who didn't know the inside story. At this moment, there were acquaintances who whispered to each other and solemnly warned them. In an instant, all the cultivators within a radius of 500 feet around Ning Yuanshu had left. Ning Yuanshu didn't understand, and thought that everyone was intimidated by his aura. So he acted even more arrogantly. Qin family head. Yang Kai had a strange expression and said loudly, Why did you hear a dog barking in the wilderness? Qin Chaoyang laughed. It's probably a stray dog. Brother Yang, you don't have to pay attention to it. In the past, as the head of a small family, he wouldn't have dared to offend Flying Saint Palace. Although Flying Saint Palace wasn't a big sect, they still had a master from the Emperor Realm and countless Dao Source Realm cultivators. If they offended such a great force, the Qin family's good days would come to an end. They could just send a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator to wipe out the entire Qin family. But now he was grateful to Yang Kai. Not to mention offending Flying Saint Palace for Yang Kai. He didn't care even if it was Star Soul Palace. The two of them echoed each other loudly, so that everyone could hear them clearly. Ning Yuanshu was fuming with anger. Boy, you've got guts. Do you know who this young master is? How dare you speak such nonsense? Ning Yuanshu was so angry that he laughed and shouted at Yang Kai gloomily. Yang Kai glanced at him and said, Who do you think you are? He looked extremely disdainful, which made Ning Yuanshu even angrier. He shouted, Listen carefully, this young master is Flying Saint Palace's young palace master, Ning Yuanshu. Flying Saint Palace's young palace master? Yang Kai couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. You're Flying Saint Palace's young palace master? Yes. Ning Yuanshu was very satisfied when he saw his frightened look. He smiled like a poisonous snake with a look that said, It's good that you're scared. The next moment, Yang Kai's face turned solemn, and he said seriously, Sorry, I've never heard of you. You. Ning Yuanshu's face changed when he heard this. How could he not know that Yang Kai was toying with him? He immediately became angry and shouted, Damn you brat! Having said that, he urged the source qi in his body, and formed a hand seal with both hands. A vortex of power suddenly appeared around his body. Then his figure flickered, leaving behind several afterimages in the air. And he flew in front of Yang Kai, sending a palm strike towards Yang Kai's chest. This is what you get for offending me. He didn't forget to sneer. However, his palm was destined to hit nothing but air. Kai Yang simply stretched out his hand and pulled, drawing his palm to the side. Ning Yuanshu was caught off guard and lost his balance, almost falling on Yang Kai. Looking up, he saw Yang Kai looking at him with a smile 3 inches in front of him. Their faces were almost touching, and the other's smile was full of ridicule and sarcasm. Chapter 2261. Sensing that the other party was up to no good, Ning Yuanshu turned pale with fright. With a flash of light under his feet, he tried to retreat. But how could he run away? Yang Kai had already reached out and grabbed Ning Yuanshu's collar, then raised his other hand and slapped Ning Yuanshu's handsome face. Asterisk crackle. Asterisk after a series of crisp sounds, Ning Yuanshu was completely stunned. By the time Yang Kai stopped, Ning Yuanshu's cheeks were swollen like a pig's head that had been soaked in water for several days. The surrounding cultivators all kept quiet out of fear and looked sideways with horrified expressions. Although Yang Kai had killed the Vice Valley Master of Evil Moon Valley and injured a middle-aged man in front of the Qin family, neither Chu Huairen nor the middle-aged man had a noble background. There were no masters from the Emperor realm in their sects, so as long as Yang Kai was strong enough, there was no need to worry about revenge. But Ning Yuanshu was different. He was the young palace master of Flying Saint Palace. Flying Saint Palace was considered an extraordinary sect in everyone's eyes. Ning Yuanshu's father, Ning Boyang, was a first-order Emperor Realm Master. There were also many masters in the sect, including the 2 protectors, Gao Shan and Lu Shuai. Now that their young palace master was beaten up, how could Flying Saint Palace let it go? Thinking of this, everyone's gazes towards Kai Yang not only contained a deep sense of dread, but also a sense of schadenfreude. They all felt that this guy's courage was boundless and was destined to provoke disaster. You dare to hit me? Ning Yuanshu's cheeks were swollen as Yang Kai held him in his hand. The pain was numbing. Staring at Kai Yang with his eyes wide open, he muttered vaguely. Yang Kai sneered. Dare or not? Didn't I already hit you? This young master is... I know. Flying Saint Palace's young palace master, Yang Kai said as he slapped Ning Yuanshu again. In the end, he smiled at Qin Chaoyang and said, This guy is interesting. He didn't forget to introduce himself even after being beaten. It's as if he doesn't think he's embarrassed enough. As he spoke, he lifted Ning Yuanshu up high and shouted, Come everyone take a look. This is the famous young palace master of Flying Saint Palace, Ning Yuanshu. Remember this face, so you can avoid him in the future. The surrounding cultivators all broke out in cold sweat. They thought to themselves, You've already beaten him into a pig's head. How can you still see his face clearly? Wow! A word came out. Ning Yuanshu coughed out a mouthful of blood as his blood rushed to his heart. He was of extraordinary birth, and had been pampered since he was young. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? At this moment, under the watchful eyes of everyone, he was slapped twice by Yang Kai. He was so angry that he almost fainted. It was just a mouthful of blood. It was enough to show the strength of one's heart. Qin Chaoyang smiled bitterly. He didn't know what to say to Yang Kai. He could only sigh inwardly that young people were indeed full of vigor. When he thought about his own youth, wasn't he the same? Asterisk xiao. Asterisk 2 streaks of light rushed towards them. The aura of the 2 streaks of light was somewhat disheveled, as if they had encountered a great battle. Ah, young palace master. The 2 streaks of light came to a stop not far in front of Yang Kai and the others. Gao Shan and Lu Shuai were immediately revealed. At this moment, the 2 elders of Flying Saint Palace were in a sorry state. Their white hair and beards were messy, and their clothes were tattered. Gao Shan was holding a zither-like artifact in his arms. The halo on this artifact was dim, indicating that its spirituality was somewhat damaged. The same was true of the flute on Lu Shuai's waist. For some reason, the 2 of them came from the opposite direction. When they saw Ning Yuanshu's appearance at this moment, they were both shocked. Left and right protectors. When Ning Yuanshu saw Gao Shan and Lu Shuai, his eyes suddenly flashed with a terrifying light. He gritted his teeth and shouted, Quickly avenge this young master and kill this boy. Did you do it? Gao Shan's eyes turned cold as he glared at Yang Kai. Lu Shuai's face was gloomy, as he pulled out the flute from his waist, without saying a word. Source chi surged from his body. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to these two old men, and just narrowed his eyes as he looked behind them. After a while, he suddenly frowned, and his expression became solemn. "Boy, let go!" Gao Shan shouted angrily when he saw that Yang Kai was unmoved. At the same time, Lu Shui's figure flickered and suddenly appeared beside Yang Kai, pointing the flute artifact in his hand at Yang Kai's wrist. "Brother Yang, be careful." Qin Chaoyang was shocked. With his cultivation and eyesight, he couldn't see how Lu Shui got close to him, so his warning came a little too late. Yang Kai, however, just laughed and didn't put Lu Shui's attack in his eyes. Holding Ning Yuanshu in his hand, he turned around and blocked the young palace master. Lu Shui frowned and had no choice but to stop halfway, retreating back to Gao Shan's side. Gao Shan's face was gloomy as he slowly strummed the ancient zither in his arms. A clear and superior sound instantly filled the air, radiating in all directions. When the nearby cultivators heard this sound, their expressions changed drastically, and they quickly circulated their source chi to block their ears. "Boy, what kind of enmity does my flying saint palace have with you? Why would you do such a thing to our young palace master?" Gao Shan asked while playing the zither. "I don't know." Yang Kai held Ning Yuanshu in front of him, and poked half of his head out from behind Ning Yuanshu. With a sneaky look, he said with a smile, "You'll have to ask your young palace master about this. He suddenly attacked me, so I just retaliated." Ning Yuanshu's eyes were filled with resentment, and he wanted to resist, but his cultivation was suppressed by Yang Kai, and he couldn't even circulate his source chi. He gritted his teeth and said, "Left and right protectors, this is the boy surnamed Yang who may have killed Big Brother. Take him back to the Holy Palace for interrogation." "Huh, he's the one surnamed Yang?" Gao Shan and Lu Shui were both shocked when they heard this. Recalling that when they saw Yang Kai in the Qin family, they immediately regretted not asking for his name. "Killed your big brother?" Yang Kai laughed, his mind turning sharply as he understood why Ning Yuanshu attacked him. He shouted, "Whether you believe it or not, your big brother's death has nothing to do with me." Although he was the one who had destroyed Ning Yuancheng's body, the one who had truly killed Ning Yuancheng was the wood spirit. At that time, when the wood spirit seed erupted in Ning Yuancheng's body, he had completely lost his vitality. What Yang Kai killed was just the wood spirit clone that had occupied Ning Yuancheng's body. Therefore, Ning Yuancheng's death really had nothing to do with him. Whether it's related or not is not something you can decide with a single word. If you know what's good for you, you will obediently return to the Holy Palace with us. The palace master will make the decision." Gao Shan shouted. Yang Kai sneered and said, "If I go with you just because you say so, won't I lose face? And the two of you are still standing here leisurely. Is it really okay? The Star of Slaughter is about to catch up." His words had a hidden meaning, and many people were at a loss when they heard it. However, Gao Shan and Lu Shui's expressions changed greatly as they quickly turned around. *1. Between heaven and earth. There was a sudden tremor as a huge pressure suddenly came from afar, sweeping in all directions. All the cultivators felt their bodies sink, as if they were being crushed by a mountain. Under this unimaginable pressure, the gravel and soil on the ground slowly floated up. Such a phenomenon was simply unimaginable. What is this? Could it be that the master of the Emperor realm has arrived? I can't, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Ning Yuanshu was already injured, and now he was bleeding profusely. His white robes were dyed red, and the blood on his chest was a shocking sight. This is among the disciples of the octagonal door, who followed Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang here. The round-faced woman's pretty face suddenly changed, as if she had noticed something, and looked into the distance in horror. The other disciples of the octagonal door also looked uneasy and frightened. On the horizon, a figure suddenly appeared. That person's entire body was enveloped by an indescribable energy. That powerful and violent energy gathered into a ball, constantly surging around his body, causing people to tremble in fear. Wherever that person passed, the universe collapsed, heaven and earth turned upside down, and heaven and earth seemed to be hanging upside down. That person was furious, and his aura was no less than that of a master from the Emperor realm. Amidst the chaotic energy, only a pair of bright eyes could be seen, and the excitement in those eyes made people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. That person was none other than Luo Yuan from the octagonal door. Previously, Luo Yuan went out of the city to fight Gao Shan and Lu Shui. No one knew what happened, but Gao Shan and Lu Shui fled in panic like stray dogs while Luo Yuan chased after them. TSK, this aura, Yang Kai said with a look of admiration. It's rare that he hasn't lost his mind and is not affected by power. This secret technique is amazing. I wonder if he has succeeded in cultivating it. Previously, Luo Yuan said that he was trying to comprehend a secret technique, but failed. So he wanted to have a good fight with Yang Kai. But Yang Kai diverted the trouble to Gao Shan and Lu Shui. At this moment, it seemed that even if Luo Yuan had not succeeded in comprehending this secret technique, he was not far from it. No one knew what kind of secret technique it was, but it allowed his aura to rise to the level of the Emperor realm. Luo Yuan was still far away in the horizon, but in the blink of an eye, he was already in front of them. No one could see how he moved. Not good. Gao Shan and Lu Shui had just suffered a big loss at Luo Yuan's hands. Otherwise, they would not have fled in panic. At this moment, seeing this fiend chasing after them, they were scared out of their wits. So how could they dare to stay in place? The two looked at each other, and as their eyes met, they had a tacit understanding. One of them picked up a long flute and played it, while the other played a zither and composed a melody. The melody was like the tinkling of a mountain stream. Many cultivators could not help but fall into a trance for a moment. At the same time, Gao Shan and Lu Shui flanked Yang Kai from left and right, arriving in front of him in the blink of an eye. Lu Shui's flute hit Yang Kai's head, and the sound of Gao Shan's zither changed abruptly at the same time. Under the continuous wave of his 5 fingers, slashes leisurely appeared and rained down on Yang Kai. Ha ha ha. Yang Kai, however, laughed and said sarcastically, "Since you want it so much, I'll give it back to you." While speaking, he shook his hand slightly and sent Ning Yuanshu, who had been holding him, flying straight towards the zither slashes. How is this possible? Not good, Gao Shan and Lu Shui exclaimed, and their expressions changed abruptly. Chapter 2262. Gao Shan and Lu Shui were the left and right protectors of Flying Saint Palace. Their cultivation base and divine technique were only below Palace Master Ning Boyang's. When the two of them joined forces, they could even exchange a few blows with someone from the Emperor realm. But today, the two old men had almost lost their confidence. First, there was Luo Yuan from 8 Paths sect, who managed to beat up the two old men under the joint attack of the two old men, causing them to flee like stray dogs. Then there was Yang Kai, who completely ignored the two old men's sound attacks. What's wrong with young people these days? Every one of them was so arrogant that they couldn't be judged by common sense. In a trance, the two old men couldn't help but feel a sense of sadness. Seeing Ning Yuanshu thrown out by Yang Kai to meet the sound wave attack, Gao Shan and Lu Shui's faces changed drastically. If Ning Yuanshu died here, they wouldn't be able to go back and explain it to Ning Boyang. With a loud shout, Lu Shui put away his flute, and his figure flickered. Using the divine technique, he appeared in front of Ning Yuanshu and blocked the sound wave attack with his back. At the same time, he reached out to grab Ning Yuanshu. Asterisk poo poo. Asterisk the sound wave hit Lu Shui squarely, causing him to stagger, and a trace of blood to overflow from the corner of his mouth. Obviously he was injured. Boy, you're courting death. Lu Shui, who had suffered such a big loss, was unwilling to give up. Glaring at Yang Kai, he roared. Ha ha ha. Yang Kai chuckled in a low voice without saying a word. Not good. Take the young palace master away from here. Gao Shan suddenly shouted. Lu Shui also realized that they couldn't stay here for long, because they had been delayed for a while. Luo Yuan had already caught up. In the distance, Luo Yuan stretched out his hand, which seemed to be able to stir up the world's momentum. As he stretched out his hand, the wind and clouds in the sky changed, and an unimaginable pressure spread out. Many cultivators paled. Gao Shan and Lu Shui's figures flickered as they quickly fled into the distance. Before he left, he didn't forget to leave behind some harsh words. Yang, obediently come to the holy palace and beg for forgiveness, otherwise, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, you won't be able to escape. Don't run if you have the guts. Yang Kai shouted with a megaphone in his hand. How could Gao Shan and Lu Shui care about him? They had already disappeared without a trace. The next moment, Luo Yuan's figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Getting closer to him, Luo Yuan's current state was simply chilling. The dense and substantial energy swirled around his body like a vortex, as if it could crush the laws of heaven and earth. Wherever he passed, space shattered, and the universe collapsed. Countless spatial cracks visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions like swimming fish. However, it was quickly repaired by the laws of heaven and earth. Many of the cultivator who came here quickly retreated, not daring to come within 1,000 feet of Luo Yuan. Yang Kai's expression also became solemn as he stared at Luo Yuan indifferently. At this moment, although Luo Yuan Chi's sure had reached its peak, he was covered in blood. It could be seen that when he was fighting Gao Shan and Lu Shui earlier, he did not have much of an advantage, but although his appearance was miserable, his eyes were extremely bright. Brother Luo. The round-faced woman looked at Luo Yuan with distress. He stammered out a cry. Luo Yuan did not look at her, and just glanced at Yang Kai. In that glance, Yang Kai saw a high fighting spirit in his eyes. He quickly said, Brother Luo, you must finish what you started. Don't give up halfway. They ran that way. Aren't you going to chase after them? As he spoke, he pointed in a direction to Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan looked at him for a while before nodding slightly. When your cultivation improves a little, you and I will definitely fight. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Yuan had already chased in the direction Gao Shan and Lu Shui fled. After he left, the sound of people gasping for breath could be heard one after another. Everyone seemed to have put down a big stone in their hearts. They looked at each other and had a strange feeling that they had just survived a disaster. Among the crowd, one person was sneakily retreating, but before he could take 2 steps, he suddenly felt a chill behind him, causing his face to change drastically, and he quickly turned his head to look. What he saw was a short fat man in sloppy clothes with a rosy nose, and a flushed face exhaling a mouthful of hot air at him. Caught off guard, Zhuang Pan inhaled most of the hot air, and could not help but turn pale. He staggered back a few steps, and covered his mouth with one hand, making a gurgling sound in his throat, as if he was about to vomit. Fortunately, his cultivation was not bad, and he forcibly suppressed the urge to vomit. The short fat man looked at him with a grin, then picked up his big cyan gourd, poured it into his mouth and burped loudly. Elder Jiao. Zhuang Pan looked at this person, and could not help but have an ugly expression. When he saw another person flash out from behind Drunkard, his expression became even uglier, and the corners of his mouth twitched as he called out. City Lord Master. Duan Yuan Shan coldly snorted. It's rare for you to remember that this Duan is the City Lord Master. Deacon Zhuang is really considerate. Duan Yuan Shan's belly full of grievances seemed to have finally been vented at this moment, causing him to feel indescribably happy. Zhuang Pan smiled awkwardly and said, City Lord Master must be joking. This Zhuang has worked for the City Lord Master for decades, so how could I not remember this? Is that so? Duan Yuan Shan glanced at him and sneered. A few days ago, I saw that Deacon Zhuang seemed to have forgotten. How could that be? Zhuang Pan flatly denied and explained. A few days ago, there were some reasons. As he spoke, Qin Chaoyang's figure flickered and suddenly appeared beside Zhuang Pan, forming a triangle with Duan Yuan Shan and Drunkard, surrounding Zhuang Pan. Poor Zhuang Pan's cultivation was only in the first-order Dao Source realm, so when he saw the 3 of them glaring at him with malicious intent, how could he not know what they wanted to do? He was so scared that his legs turned to jelly, and he could not help shouting. What are you doing? Don't forget that this Zhuang is not the Deputy City Lord of Maplewood City, but a deacon of Flying Saint Palace. As soon as these words came out, Duan Yuan Shan and the others frowned and revealed looks of dread. A mere Zhuang Pan was nothing. No matter which of the three of them attacked, they would not be at a disadvantage. If the three of them really joined forces, Zhuang Pan would have no chance of survival. However, Zhuang Pan's current status was the source of their dread. The status of a deacon of Flying Saint Palace was neither high nor low, but it still carried the name of Flying Saint Palace. If the three of them really did something to Zhuang Pan here, the news would definitely spread to Flying Saint Palace, under the watchful eyes of everyone present. Qin Chaoyang had the Qin family to protect, while Duan Yuanshan and Drunkard had the entire Maplewood City to take care of. If they really offended Flying Saint Palace because of this, their good days would come to an end. Seeing the change in the expressions of the three, the fear in Zhuang Pan's heart was swept away and he grinned. City Lord Duan, this Zhuang is very afraid of you staring at this Zhuang so aggressively. Can you not look at me so fiercely? His words were full of ridicule, causing the faces of Duan Yuanshan and the other two to turn extremely ugly. Saying so, Zhuang Pan actually took 2 steps forward and reached out to pat Drunkard's big belly, sneering, "Elder Drunkard, don't drink so much when you have nothing better to do. Back then, you were also a handsome young master of Maplewood City. Now that the flowing time great emperor has passed, what have you become? If those women who admired you back then knew that you had become like this, they would be very sad." Drunkard didn't say a word, just picked up the big wine gourd and poured another mouthful of wine into his mouth. Zhuang Pan then turned his gaze to Qin Chaoyang and said, "Old Ghost Qin, it's not easy for you to support the Qin family alone, right? Have you ever thought about what the fate of your Qin clan would be like if you were to die one day? What will happen to Qin Yu?" As soon as this remark came out, Qin Chaoyang's expression changed drastically. Qin Yu was Qin Chaoyang's biggest weakness, so Zhuang Pan's words had obviously angered him. Zhuang Pan chuckled and said, "A wise man submits to circumstances. Do you want to join Flying Saint Palace? This deacon may be able to introduce you to them." "Humph." Qin Chaoyang snorted heavily. "You don't know how to appreciate kindness." Seeing Qin Chaoyang give him such a look, Zhuang Pan's smiling face suddenly sank, and he turned to look at Duan Yuanshan and said, "City Lord Duan, this Zhuang has accompanied young palace master to Maplewood City to invite City Lord Duan to join Flying Saint Palace. What do you think, City Lord Duan?" Although Maplewood City was a small city, it did not possess many natural products or resources. In fact, no one had even tried to rob it before. But now, many ore veins and earth veins had appeared around the city, making it a highly sought-after city. Duan Yuanshan was the city lord of Maplewood City, so if Duan Yuanshan was willing to join Flying Saint Palace, Maplewood City would become Flying Saint Palace's territory, and all the mineral lodes would naturally belong to Flying Saint Palace. If other great forces wanted to get their hands on them, they would have to weigh their own strength and confidence. Hearing Zhuang Pan's question, Duan Yuanshan's face turned cold, and he didn't say a word. Zhuang Pan sneered, "City Lord Duan, this opportunity is right in front of you. Don't let it slip through your fingers." This Zhuang knows that City Lord Duan's cultivation has reached the second-order Dao Source realm. Don't you want to take another step forward? If Master Palace Master personally instructs you for some time, you may have a chance to break through to the third order. Hearing this, Duan Yuanshan trembled and his eyes flashed, but soon, his expression calmed down again and he coldly snorted, "You want this Duan to submit to Flying Saint Palace? That's impossible." Zhuang Pan jumped up and said in exasperation, "Duan Yuanshan, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Scram, and don't appear in Maplewood City again, or don't blame this Duan for being impolite." Suppressing his murderous intent and letting Zhuang Pan leave was already the limit of what he could do, as well as the limit of his patience. Zhuang Pan had fled at the last moment and left them to die, so even if he killed him 10,000 times, it wouldn't be too much. What's more, after Zhuang Pan returned to Maplewood City with Ning Yuanshu, he was like a fox exploiting the tiger's might, ridiculing and suppressing Duan Yuanshan and Drunkard everywhere. If Duan Yuanshan hadn't been wary of such a villain joining Flying Saint Palace, how could he have let him go so easily? Chapter 2263. Impolite. Zhuang Pan immediately cried out. He sneered and said, "How impolite? This deacon would like to see if you, Duan Yuan Shan, have the guts to be impolite to me. Hit me, hit me, hit me if you dare." Zhuang Pan put his face in front of Duan Yuan Shan and the others, constantly shouting provocatively. The surrounding cultivators all shook their heads in disdain. Although this was the first time these foreign cultivators had met Zhuang Pan, and they didn't even know of his existence, a person's nature could often be seen just by listening to a few words. Zhuang Pan was undoubtedly the kind of person who would become arrogant after getting his way, which made him despise people. The patriarchs of the several great families of Maplewood City, who had rushed over, all wore gloomy expressions, as if they were grieving for the death of a rabbit. Over the years, under the management and restraint of the city lord's mansion, although there had been some small frictions and conflicts between the several great families, there had never been any serious battles. Many times, the city lord's mansion had become a buffer and a mediator for the several great families, so everyone was quite convinced by the city lord's mansion. At this moment, seeing the city lord, the vice city lord, and the patriarch of the Qin family being humiliated by Zhuang Pan, they all felt uncomfortable. Pa! A crisp sound rang out, resounding through the world. Everyone was stunned, cold sweat dripping down their faces as they thought to themselves, "Did he really hit him? Is the city lord's master so bold?" Puzzled, they all looked over. In the next moment, everyone showed a look of understanding. They saw a figure standing in front of Zhuang Pan, shaking his neck and rubbing his wrist. It was as if he was about to go all out. Who dares to hit me?" Zhuang Pan was stunned by the slap just now. At this moment, he only felt that half of his cheek was swollen and completely numb. His head was tilted to the side under the strong swing, so he didn't see clearly who did it. After he came back to his senses, he immediately shouted loudly and hysterically, "Who is it, He had just finished shouting. Then he saw Yang Kai grinning at him, revealing a mouthful of white fangs. Yang Kai looked like a ferocious beast that was about to devour its prey. A chill ran down his spine, and he didn't dare to say any more harsh words. He swallowed them back into his stomach. Very interesting. As Yang Kai spoke, he sent out another slap. Pa! A crisp sound was heard. Zhuang Pan's other cheek also swelled up, and a few bloody teeth flew out. Yang Kai grabbed his collar with one hand, keeping him in place in front of him. His other hand began to move at a leisurely pace. Each move was heavier than the last, and the origin energy under his palm began to fluctuate more and more violently. Pa pa pa! A rhythmic sound rang out. His voice reverberated throughout the wilderness. In this world, Yang Kai fanned himself. He sneered. There's actually someone who takes the initiative to ask others to hit him. Such a clear and refined wish. This is the first time I've heard of it, so I've decided to satisfy you. Looking at this scene, all the cultivators suddenly felt a sense of pain just by looking at it. They couldn't help but touch their cheeks. Zhuang Pan was completely stunned. It took him a while to regain his senses. He kept struggling, trying to get rid of Yang Kai's control. But how could he do it with his cultivation base in the First Order Dao Source realm? Yang Kai's origin energy covered him, directly suppressing his power in his body. He couldn't move at all. In despair, Zhuang Pan cried out loudly and begged for mercy. Lord Yang, stop hitting me. Lord Yang, I was wrong, I was really wrong. Let me go, I'll apologize to you. I'm a deacon of the Flying Saint Palace, let me go. Bastard. A warrior prefers death to humiliation. If you dare to do this again, I'll fight you. Whoa. Lord Yang, please spare my life. I don't want to die yet. The surrounding cultivators watched this scene and heard Zhuang Pan's words. They all had black lines on their faces, secretly despising Zhuang Pan for having no integrity. His death was not to be regretted. After dozens of slaps, Zhuang Pan's face was no longer human. When Yang Kai beat Ning Yuanshu before, he didn't kill him. After all, Ning Yuanshu's identity was special. He had a father in the Emperor realm. Yang Kai didn't want to go too far and cause trouble for himself. But it was different for Zhuang Pan. Every slap of Yang Kai's was filled with origin energy, After dozens of slaps, the meridians in Zhuang Pan's body were shattered. In other words, even if Zhuang Pan survived this time, he would become a cripple in the future, without the slightest bit of cultivation and the possibility of cultivating again. Brother Yang. Duan Yuanshan looked at Zhuang Pan's miserable appearance and couldn't bear to see him like this. He said with waning interest, "Forget it, he's afraid of death. It's just his nature to run away. He didn't do anything to us, just give him a quick death." Drunkard burped, his narrowed eyes flashing with a cold light as he said, "If you don't kill the snake, you'll just let the tiger return to the mountain." Saying so, he suddenly stretched out his hand and covered Zhuang Pan's head. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and pushed Drunkard's hand away, smiling as he said, "There's no need to trouble Vice City Lord Master with such trivial matters." It was inconvenient for Drunkard to make a move, but Yang Kai was different. In any case, he had even beaten up Ning Yuanshu, so what was the point of killing Zhuang Pan? The conflict between him and Flying Saint Palace wasn't just a matter of a day or two. As soon as he finished speaking, his hand shook slightly, and a surge of source qi poured into Zhuang Pan's body. Yang Kai then pushed Zhuang Pan into the air. "Ah!" Zhuang Pan let out a shrill cry, but that cry came to an abrupt end. His body suddenly exploded, turning into a rain of blood that sprinkled down. The surrounding cultivators were all silent out of fear. But when they remembered that Yang Kai had even killed the Vice Valley Master of Evil Moon Valley, they secretly felt that this scene wasn't a big deal. Duan Yuanshan and Drunkard both cast grateful looks at Yang Kai, as if they were thanking him for cleaning up Maplewood City. At this moment, the world energy shook again, and an indescribable feeling suddenly burst out in all directions. Then, a rumbling sound like muffled thunder came from the depths of the earth. Everyone was startled and looked around. "Everyone, do you feel that the world energy has suddenly become much richer?" A second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator in the crowd suddenly asked. Someone immediately replied, "I felt it before, but I thought it was just my imagination. Since Brother Lu also said so, it seems to be true. The world energy has changed, so it is very likely that something has happened to the mineral lode and earth vein." As soon as this statement came out, everyone's eyes lit up. After exchanging glances with each other, they all used their movement skills and flew towards the mineral lode and earth vein. Duan Yuanshan and Drunkard, as the masters of this place, naturally couldn't just sit back and watch, so after bidding farewell to Yang Kai, they immediately followed the crowd. "Brother Yang." Qin Chaoyang looked at Yang Kai. "It seems that the movement we felt before was not caused by the battle between Luo Yuan, Gao Shan, and Lu Shui, but by the earth vein and mineral lode underground." "That should be it." Yang Kai nodded. He had also thought that the movement was caused by the battle between Luo Yuan, Gao Shan, and Lu Shui, but now it seemed that there was another reason. "Do you want to go and have a look?" Qin Chaoyang asked Yang Kai for his opinion. "Of course I have to take a look at such an interesting matter." Yang Kai grinned, but just as he was about to leave, he caught sight of Thousand Leaves Sex Yi Jing Han standing not far away, looking at him quietly. Yang Kai's face sank. This woman was like a plaster that he couldn't get rid of, and she really annoyed him. Seeing that Yang Kai's expression had darkened, Yi Jing Han tactfully took the initiative to step back, a sad look on her face that made one feel sorry for her. "Let's go," Yang Kai said, and flew towards the source of the movement. Before the two of them reached the place, they could already see the horizon in the distance. 7 colored rays of light were flying in the sky, and magic clouds were covering it. The wilderness seemed to have turned into a paradise in an instant. "What's going on?" Qin Chaoyang was also confused. When the demonic qi had besieged the city, they had come to the sealed area to ask Qin Yu to strengthen the seal. Although they had failed at the last step, they hadn't noticed anything unusual about the sealed area at that time. Apart from the boundless demonic qi, there was nothing else there. But a few months later, many earth veins and mineral veins had been discovered here, which really surprised them. Hong. A loud explosion rang out, and in Yang Kai's field of vision, a huge hole suddenly appeared in the ground, and from that hole, a beam of light shot up into the sky. Fluorescent light was flowing within the beam of light, and it spiraled into the sky, breaking a hole in the clouds. This is, my God. Is there such a thing in this world? All the cultivator who came here shouted, and looked up at the beam of light. Releasing their divine sense, they soon perceived the true nature of the beam of light. It was actually formed from the purest world energy, and it was so rich that it had almost turned into liquid. Everyone was so shocked that they couldn't control themselves. Their expressions were extremely excited. This was because the purity and density of the spirit chi here was simply beyond their imagination. Although the cultivators who came here were not of noble birth, they were still members of medium-sized sects and clans. In these medium-sized sects and clans, there were some cultivation holy lands. In these holy lands, the spirit chi was much denser than in ordinary places. Disciples could cultivate and advance much faster in these holy lands. But at this moment, everyone found that the world energy in their cultivation holy lands was like the difference between heaven and earth. There was no comparison at all. Perhaps only the blessed lands and grotto heavens occupied by the top sects could have such a scene. While they were still in shock, the top of the beam of light suddenly exploded, and an unimaginably rich world energy appeared to be radiating, spreading in all directions. Asterisk patter patter patter. Asterisk it was raining in the sky. It was a rain of world energy. In the wilderness, the density of the heaven and earth spirit chi was increasing at an unimaginable speed. It was increasing, and increasing. In an extremely short period of time, everyone was in a sea of spiritual energy. Chapter 2264. In less than half a cup of tea's time, an area of several tens of thousands of kilometers was completely covered by this extremely rich world energy sea, causing many cultivators to be unable to see anything. Even Maplewood City, which was 2,000 kilometers away, benefited greatly from this world energy sea. Countless cultivators rushed to the top of the city wall and raised their eyes to look around, their eyes filled with excitement as they opened their arms to welcome the rich world energy sea. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk the sound of invisible shackles being undone suddenly rang out in every corner of Maplewood City. These strange sounds came from the bodies of many cultivators, causing them to tremble and have strange expressions on their faces. I actually broke through. I broke through to the second-order origin king realm. Woo woo woo. I was actually able to touch the shackles of the origin returning realm while I was alive. I can die in peace. Ha 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 ha. This young master is truly talented, a rare genius. He broke through 3 minor realms in an instant and reached the divine ascension realm. This young master is invincible. Cheers of joy could be heard one after another. In this unbelievably rich world energy, there were constantly martial artists breaking through their own realms and climbing to a higher realm of martial arts. There wasn't much of an abnormality when breaking through a minor realm, but when breaking through a great realm, one would welcome a baptism of world energy. As a result, the sky above Maplewood City quickly darkened. The darkness that swallowed all light suddenly shrouded the entire city, as if the end of the world had arrived. Then, winds and clouds converged in the sky as energy gathered and swirled. The power of the world fell down and poured into the bodies of the cultivators, who had broken through to the next great realm, cleansing their divine souls and bodies. Maplewood City was completely boiling. As for Yang Kai and the others who were in the sealed area outside the city, the benefits were even more obvious. All the Dao Source Realm cultivators were stunned in place. They closed their eyes and sensed the rich world energy around them, opening their minds to absorb it. They didn't need to circulate their secret arts, and only needed to stand in place for the omnipresent world energy to continuously pour into their limbs and bones, making them feel comfortable both physically and mentally. Creaking sounds also came from Yang Kai's body. This made his expression turn strange, but it soon turned to excitement. Brother Yang. Qin Chaoyang suddenly shouted with difficulty. What's wrong? Yang Kai turned his head and looked at Qin Chaoyang. This old master can't hold on. Qin Chaoyang's expression was ugly, as if he had been constipated for many days. Hearing this, he glanced at Yang Kai and said, I probably need to find a place to calm myself and break through. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Yang Kai's Qin family's name. Yang's patriarch, of course. Of world, of course. Of world of heaven's world. Yang of world of heavens of heaven 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 of it. This could be considered his own fortuitous encounter. If not for this opportunity, with Qin Zhao Yang's talent and age, he would not have been able to touch the threshold of the second-order Tao source realm, even if he died. Of Yang of heaven of heaven. Qin Zhao Yang smiled bitterly. The timing isn't right. This old master would like to ask Brother Yang to stand guard for me for a while. No problem. Yang Kai readily agreed. Looking around for a while, Yang Kai found that many cultivators were looking excited, and the source qi in their bodies was surging endlessly. It seemed that they were also about to break through. Let's go to the source. Yang Kai grabbed Qin Chaoyang and rushed forward. There were too many people at the moment, and all of them were Tao source realm cultivators. The fluctuations caused by a breakthrough were bound to be very chaotic, so it was not suitable to stay here. Since Qin Chaoyang showed signs of breaking through, he could not waste it. So he decided to enter the tiger's den. The source. Qin Chaoyang narrowed his eyes, and soon understood what Yang Kai was referring to. He actually pulled Yang Kai towards the huge hole, and swooped down while enduring the impact of the boundless world energy. As it turned out, Yang Kai's approach was correct. The further down they went, the more terrifying the purity and richness of the world energy became. Originally, the world energy they felt from above was already astonishing enough, but when they went down, they realized the difference between the heaven and earth. With the help of such a vast sea of world energy, Qin Chaoyang felt that it was impossible for him to fail this breakthrough. He could not help but feel excited, and his face glowed, as if he had become dozens of years younger. The two fell all the way down, and it seemed that they had fallen more than 1,000 feet before they reached the ground. The situation below was the same as above. Both were shrouded in an unimaginable amount of world energy. It was as if they were soaking in water. However, this water was not ordinary water, but world energy liquid. Yang Kai did not have any intention of stopping. He found a direction, and continued to rush forward. After a long time, he suddenly stopped, looked around, and said, "The patriarch of the Qin family should break through here. No one should come here for a while." Everyone was busy absorbing the pure world energy to prepare for their breakthrough. Who would have the time to explore? So what Yang Kai said made sense. Qin Chaoyang was afraid that he really could not hold on, so he just nodded and sat down cross-legged without saying a word. He formed a series of hand seals, and silently circulated his secret art. Soon he entered the state. Yang Kai waved his hand, and 3 beautiful figures appeared in front of him in an instant. "Sir, what is this place?" As soon as Zhang Ruoxi appeared, she noticed that this place was unusual, and could not help covering her red lips in shock. Hua Qingxi, on the other hand, widened her beautiful eyes and said in a trembling voice, Yang Kai, you didn't break into a great sex paradise without permission, did you?" Lu Yan's beautiful eyes flashed, and the corners of her mouth curled up into a smile, but she did not say anything. Yang Kai smiled and said, "How could that be? Then the world energy here." Hua Qingxi was shocked to the extreme. How is it compared to the cultivation holy land of Star Soul Palace? Yang Kai asked with interest. "Not bad." Hua Qingxi pondered for a moment and said, "The forbidden zones of Star Soul Palace are divided into 3 grades: heaven, earth, and mortal. With my cultivation, I have only entered the cultivation holy land of earth grade, and I spent a lot of sect contribution points. The world energy here is even better than the cultivation holy land of earth grade. What about the cultivation holy land of heaven grade?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "I don't know." Hua Qingxi shook her head and said bitterly, "That is the place where the master of the emperor realm goes to cultivate. With my cultivation, I am not qualified." Yang Kai gently nodded. "What is this place? How can there be such rich world energy?" Hua Qingxi asked again. "It's the sealed area you went to last time. I don't know what's down there, but there are suddenly a lot of earth veins and or veins." Hua Qingxi was stunned when she heard this. It was when she went to the sealed area last time that she lost her freedom and was caught by Yang Kai into the sealed world bead, where she was implanted with the soul brand. However, it was also because of this that she was able to obtain an extraordinary treasure pill, which greatly increased her chances of breaking through to the Emperor realm. No one could say for sure what the gains and losses were. In any case, Hua Qingxi was not very resistant to the current situation, and her attitude towards Yang Kai was becoming more and more amiable. Enough chit-chat. It would be a pity to let go of such an opportunity. Quickly meditate and absorb as much world energy as possible. Hua Qingxi and Zhang Ruoxi nodded after hearing this, and quickly found a place to sit down cross-legged, each of them circulating their divine technique to absorb the world energy here. Hua Qingxi was a disciple of Star Soul Palace and a powerful cultivator in the Third Order Dao Source realm. Although she failed miserably at Yang Kai's hands and was subdued by him, she was not weak. On the contrary, she was very strong. At this moment, she silently circulated her divine technique, and in an instant, her delicate body became a bottomless pit, as a steady stream of world energy gathered into her body. Yang Kai was amazed and secretly admired the mystery of Star Soul Palace's divine technique. Following that, something even more shocking happened. Not far away, a whistling sound came from Zhang Ruoxi's body, like the whistling sound of a strong wind. Accompanied by this strange sound, Zhang Ruoxi's delicate body also became a bottomless pit, as more and more world energy was absorbed by her. Zhang Ruoxi's cultivation aura increased at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ka. A strange sound suddenly rang out, and an invisible wave of qi, centered on Zhang Ruoxi's delicate body, spread out in all directions, and a grandeur instantly filled the air. Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Since the last time Zhang Ruoxi's bloodline awakened, her cultivation speed began to increase by leaps and bounds, and the denser the world energy aura was, the more obvious the effect was. She seemed to have no such thing as a bottleneck at all. As long as she accumulated enough strength in her body, she could naturally break through. Even her Shi was reaching the grand accomplishment stage without the slightest stagnation. The scene in front of him was the result of Zhang Ruoxi successfully breaking through to the Third Order Origin returning realm. Yang Kai really didn't know what was going on with this little girl's body, or how mysterious her bloodline power was. But it was undeniable that this underground situation was the most suitable place for Zhang Ruoxi to cultivate. Yang Kai couldn't help but imagine what it would be like if Zhang Ruoxi were to cultivate in the heaven-grade cultivation holy land of Star Soul Palace for a few years. She might even be able to reach the level of the Emperor realm. Master, you seem to be about to break through too. Lu Yan looked at Yang Kai with bright eyes. Her cultivation wasn't weak now, so she could naturally sense the fluctuations in Yang Kai's aura. Yang Kai nodded and said, I'll have to trouble you to guard this place. Saying so, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and took out the sealed world bead, formed a seal, and pointed at the sealed world bead. In an instant, an invisible gap seemed to open in the sealed world bead, and a huge suction force came from inside, sucking in the surrounding world energy. The surging world energy was like 10,000 streams flowing into the sea. It was a spectacular sight. He tossed the sealed world bead to Lu Yan and said, Find a place to hide, there are still a lot of people here. Lu Yan nodded and took the sealed world bead, her tender body disappearing in a flash. No one knew where she went to hide. But before she left, Yang Kai noticed that she was looking at everyone with a little envy. After all, such an opportunity could benefit everyone. But it had nothing to do with her, so naturally, she felt lonely. Chapter 2265. Lu Yan did not have a physical body, so apart from swallowing and fusing with some special energy to enhance her strength, she could not absorb world energy to increase her own cultivation like a cultivator. This was also the reason why Yang Kai asked her to act as his protector. After Lu Yan disappeared, Yang Kai stretched out his hand again and released the monster insect queen and blood beast that he had not used for a long time. As his cultivation improved, the role of these two blood beasts had become less and less important, especially the blue flame thunder wolf, which was only at the second-order Tao source realm. It was useless against weak enemies, but it was also useless against strong enemies, so this was a good opportunity for it to play a role. Moving his divine sense slightly, Yang Kai had the two blood beasts hide nearby, while he found a place far away from Qin Chaoyang and the others and sat down cross-legged. The fluctuations in the aura in his body became more and more obvious, which was the prelude to a breakthrough. Yang Kai calmly circulated his secret art. Being underground was like sitting on a spirit spring. There was no need for him to circulate his secret art, as the omnipresent world energy continued to gather towards him, filling his limbs and bones, and settling down in his dantian. Time passed slowly as Yang Kai continued to accumulate his strength. At a certain moment, the strength in his body suddenly reached a critical point. This critical point was like an invisible wall, blocking Yang Kai's path forward, preventing him from seeing further and more beautiful scenery. He remained calm and collected, quietly gathering all of his strength and attacking the shackles. Kong. A sound rang out from his soul, and Yang Kai's body shook slightly. His face turned pale. A trace of pain appeared on his face. Contrary to his expectations, he didn't succeed this time, and he failed at the critical moment. This was something he had rarely encountered since he began cultivating. Only when he was very weak did he have such an experience. The feeling of failing to break through gave him a feeling of nostalgia. He did not panic. Instead, he grinned maliciously. This time's breakthrough wasn't because of his cultivation, but because of an external force. It was normal for there to be some obstacles, but this obstacle couldn't stop Kai Yang's heart of martial arts. On the contrary, it stimulated his fighting spirit even more. He calmed himself down and continued to accumulate his strength. A moment later, he launched another attack. Boom boom boom, again and again. The source qi in Yang Kai's body trembled incessantly, and every impact caused him to feel a heart-wrenching pain. The unbearable pain of both the physical body and soul was not something an ordinary person could endure. If he became discouraged, his martial heart would stop here. It would be impossible for him to improve in the future. Countless cultivators doubted themselves because they could not bear such pain. Then it was buried in oblivion. A cultivator could only reach the peak by advancing courageously. The pain did not make Yang Kai lose his confidence, nor did it make him panic. Instead, it made him feel calmer and calmer. The Tao begets one, one begets two, two begets three, three begets all things. Life is created by oneself. One's realm is born from one's heart, and all things are transformations. All things are born from one's heart and destroyed by one's heart. A trace of enlightenment leisurely climbed into Yang Kai's heart, and he suddenly felt enlightened. A layer of invisible force lingered around his body, turning into an invisible force that cut through the shackles, smashing the wall in front of him, and stepping onto the broad road ahead. Kong long. Waves of air visible to the naked eye suddenly spread out in all directions from Yang Kai's body. The aura of a second-order Tao source realm instantly filled the air. However, Yang Kai remained motionless as a strange feeling arose in his heart. In this feeling, his soul avatar seemed to have broken out of its shell and slowly floated up, allowing him to see everything below. He clearly saw Lu Yen holding the sealed world bead and hiding in the void. The world energy essence was constantly flowing into the sealed world bead, becoming the world energy inside the sealed world bead. Perhaps because of some inexplicable connection with Yang Kai, when Yang Kai looked at her, Lu Yen suddenly frowned and looked up at Yang Kai with a blank look in her beautiful eyes. Yang Kai saw Hua Qingxi frantically absorbing the world energy of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor to lay a solid foundation for her future breakthrough to the Emperor realm. He saw Zhang Ruoxi's cultivation rising steadily. In just a short while, she had already reached the Origin King realm and was being baptized by the world energy. Just like when Zhang Ruoxi broke through to the Origin Returning realm in the Four Seasons realm, when she broke through to the Origin King realm this time, the huge phantom suddenly appeared behind her again. This phantom was white and hazy, huge and unparalleled, but judging from its body shape, it was a woman. Moreover, it was a stunning woman with a graceful figure. She held a giant sword in both hands and stood in front of her. Her beautiful eyes shone like stars. Yang Kai's divine sense fell into a trance when he glanced at her. The huge phantom opened its red lips and inhaled sharply, directly absorbing the world energy gathering in the sky. Immediately after, the phantom shrank back into Zhang Ruoxi's body. This little girl had directly broken through to the Origin King realm, without any hindrance or danger. Yang Kai also saw many Dao Source Realm cultivators breaking through their bottlenecks. Some were laughing wildly, while others had a difficult look on their faces as they tried to break through their shackles. Yang Kai's soul continued to rise, and soon, it was several thousand meters in the air. He looked up and saw that Maplewood City, 2,000 kilometers away, was now bustling with activity. In the sky, masses of world energy transformed into tests and tribulations visible to the naked eye, baptizing the cultivators below, who were breaking through to the great realm. From time to time, someone would succeed in breaking through and let out a long howl. Yang Kai's eyes looked further into the distance as his soul continued to rise. Soon, the entire Maplewood City became a small black dot. Yang Kai looked up and saw a sky full of twinkling stars as the heavenly cycle star array shifted. Somehow, the power of the laws of the world seemed to be within reach. Yang Kai's face showed a strange look as he reached out to grab the void around him and clenched hard. It was as if he didn't catch anything, but he did catch something. Yang Kai was at a loss. At that moment, an invisible world force suddenly descended from the sky and descended above Yang Kai's head. This world force contained unimaginable power and extremely terrifying destructive intent. Not good, Yang Kai exclaimed in his heart. With a slight movement of his divine sense, he descended at an extremely fast speed and returned to his body in the blink of an eye. Kong. The mighty power of heaven and earth followed closely behind and blasted his body. Yang Kai's entire body seemed to have been struck by lightning. His expression changed drastically as the source chi in his body trembled uneasily. Pooh. He spat out a mouthful of golden blood, and his aura instantly withered, but his eyes were as bright as stars. What is this? Yang Kai looked up at the void and grinned. A warning. Can't I peek into the world principles in advance? Damn those damned heavens. He was certain that if not for the suppression of the world force just now, he might have been able to peek into the world principles with a little more effort. If that was the case, he could create world principles with a single thought, and he would have the capital that only the Emperor realm had. Unfortunately, at the last moment, he was hindered by the world force and failed. The world force did not seem to allow him to do so. However, it was not as if he had gained nothing. After cursing, Yang Kai lowered his head again and opened his hands. When his 5 fingers flicked, the power of space principles lingered and tiny void cracks flowed from his fingertips, as if they were alive. His control of space principles was much more skillful than before. With a flick of his fingers, the tiny void cracks flew out like flying needles and pierced into the surrounding stone walls, devouring them one after another. Yang Kai grinned as a satisfied expression appeared on his face. In the past, he would not have been able to control space principles to such an exquisite extent, but now he could. Although this kind of attack was weaker than the moon blade, it was more difficult to defend against. In some cases, it would be more useful than the moon blade. Immediately after, Yang Kai checked his cultivation again and found that he had broken through to the second-order Dao Source realm. Only then did he put away the resentment in his heart and take out some pills and stuff them into his mouth. Although the shock of the world force just now did not hurt him too much, it was not something he could ignore. Who knew if such an injury would have any sequelae? So the sooner he healed, the better. While Yang Kai was recuperating, Qin Zhaoyang had already condensed his strength to the peak. In the next instant, his body shook as waves of energy radiated out from him. His aura soared, causing his robes to flutter loudly. In the next instant, the wrinkles on Qin Zhaoyang's face started to fade away, causing him to look as if he had become a few dozen years younger. His complexion started to become rosy, and even some black strands started to appear on his white hair. Second-order Dao Source realm. Qin Zhaoyang also made a breakthrough. He was not in a hurry to open his eyes, and continued to sit in place, absorbing the world energy, and consolidating his cultivation. Time passed slowly. At a certain moment, a cultivator who was at the critical juncture of a breakthrough suddenly frowned and showed a suspicious look. A moment later, his aura was like a balloon that had a hole poked in it, leaking out in an instant. With such a change, he immediately opened his eyes and shouted with grief and indignation, "What the hell is going on?" This father was at the critical juncture of a breakthrough. Why did the world energy suddenly become thin? His breakthrough had been triggered by the rich spirit chi in this place. But now that the spirit chi of heaven and earth had suddenly become slightly thin, he was unable to reach the critical point, causing his breakthrough to end in failure. "Ah, Brother Lu, are you the same?" Suddenly, a familiar voice came from not far away. "I thought I was the only one like this." No, the world energy is so terrifying. How could it suddenly become thin? Even if there were several people from the Emperor realm, it would be impossible to swallow such a huge amount of world energy in such a short time. Did some bastard block the spirit eye below? Another person's voice sounded. Speaking of which, I seem to have seen someone jump down. Maybe that's really the case. Which bastard is so wicked he's going too far? Let's go and take a look. If someone really dares to do this, this father will make him bleed within 5 steps. How dare he block my breakthrough? He's too hateful. Chapter 2266. Thousands of feet underground, Yang Kai stood up. Although this was a rare opportunity to cultivate, and it would be difficult to encounter such a rich world energy in the future, Yang Kai did not intend to waste such a good time on meditation and cultivation. He wanted to know what happened here that caused such a change in the world. What's more, he had just made a breakthrough. No matter how hard he cultivated, he would not be able to improve his cultivation in a short time. He moved his divine sense slightly and sent a message to Lu Yen, asking her to continue to guard here. Just as he was about to explore further, he frowned and turned his head to look in the direction of the entrance. There were clothes fluttering and figures flickering. It seemed that many cultivators had come down. "There's someone over there." Sure enough, someone came in first. "Bastard, this guy must have done something to ruin our opportunity to break through. Let's go and take a look. Let's see who has the guts to do this." The noisy shouts entered Yang Kai's ears, making him quickly release his divine sense to check the situation around. Then he found the problem. The surrounding world energy seemed to be a little thinner than before. Although it was not obvious, it was indeed thinner. Aware of this, Yang Kai couldn't help but turn his head to look at Lu Yan's hiding place. He didn't know if it was because the sealed world bead was swallowing the world energy of the heaven-devouring great emperor, causing the world energy here to become thinner. Don't underestimate this little gap. It was very likely that it was this little gap that prevented these cultivators from reaching the critical point of breakthrough. It was probably for this reason that they came down together to investigate the reason. Thinking of this, Yang Kai quickly reached out and waved his hand. He took back Lu Yen and the sealed world bead together, lest the movement of swallowing the world energy was too big, which would attract the attention of the people who came. After doing this, he stood quietly and waited. "Boy, no matter which sect you are from, you are dead this time. If you know what's good for you, come over obediently and apologize to me. Maybe I will spare your life. You ruined my opportunity. I'll fight you to the death." The group of people yelled and accused Yang Kai of being the main culprit, and quickly approached him. Not long after, the group of people arrived in front of Yang Kai. "Ah, it's you. This. After seeing Yang Kai's face clearly, the cultivator who had been shouting loudly suddenly fell silent. They all stood in place with cold sweat on their foreheads, looking embarrassed. The scene of Yang Kai killing Chu Huiran and Zhuang Pan was still vivid in their minds. Everyone was very afraid of Yang Kai. None of them dared to stroke the tiger's whiskers. Each and every one of them was so regretful that their intestines turned green. They blamed themselves for not understanding the situation and making a fuss. They didn't know if they had angered this fiend. "Is something the matter?" Yang Kai looked at the group of people indifferently and asked coldly. No. Nothing, I just came down to take a look. Ha. The scenery below is not bad. I'm just traveling with you guys. Not bad, not bad. Let's travel together. Is that so? Yang Kai smiled and said indifferently. Since the scenery is not bad, then you can't miss it. Let's go and take a look. Yes, yes, yes. We'll go now, we'll go now. Seeing Yang Kai's cold expression, no one dared to stay. They all took a detour and went deeper. Before they left, many of them stared in the direction of Hua Qingxi with shock in their eyes. With everyone's strength, they could naturally sense Hua Qingxi's cultivation realm. It was not surprising that she was only in the third-order Dao Source realm. There were a few cultivator present who were at this level, so there was nothing to be shocked about. The key was the trace of an inexplicable aura that lingered around Hua Qingxi's body that made people yearn for it. Emperor's will. That trace of inexplicable aura was Emperor's will. It was a sign that she had touched the shackles of the Emperor realm. In other words, this woman had a great chance of advancing to the Emperor realm in the future. Why was everyone so shocked and envious? They did not know if Hua Qingxi had already touched the Emperor's will, or if it was an opportunity created by the explosion of spiritual energy. However, with such a powerhouse here in Yang Kai's protection, how would they dare to stay? Not long after, all of them had left. After they left, Yang Kai let Lu Yin out again, and asked her to continue hiding beside him to protect him. Then, Yang Kai's figure swayed, and he also went deeper into the forest to explore. The deeper he went, the denser the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It was as if the source of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was in some unknown place. Yang Kai could not help but be curious. He wondered what could cause the spiritual energy to surge like this. The cultivator, who had gone one step ahead of him, was not far ahead. Suddenly, there was a cry of surprise in front of him. It was followed by the sound of gasps. They seemed to have found something incredible. Yang Kai's expression changed. Under the lingering influence of the law of space, he disappeared in a flash. The next moment, he appeared beside everyone. Following the others' gazes, Yang Kai could not help but narrow his eyes. Not far ahead, there was a round pit that covered an area of about 10 feet in radius. From the bottom of the round pit was like the mouth of a spring. Streams of spiritual liquid gushed up like a fountain and spread in all directions. Spiritual eye. God, it's the eye of a spiritual spring. There's a spiritual spring here. It's unimaginable. No wonder the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is so dense. With the existence of this spiritual spring, everything makes sense. Looking at the scale, it should be an intermediate spiritual spring. If we can establish a sect here, it will be prosperous in less than 100 years. Everyone came from mid-tier clans and sections. Looking at their respective clans and sects, there was no such thing as a spirit eye. Only those first-tier sects had the qualifications to occupy such a precious place and establish their own sections. Everyone was excited, their eyes shining brightly as they imagined what kind of earth-shaking changes it would bring to their sects and families if they occupied this spiritual spring. In less than 100 years, their strength would double, and they would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with those first-rate sects. I'm afraid it's going to be troublesome. Suddenly, a person said with a bleak expression and sighed heavily. What does this friend mean? The spiritual spring is right in front of us. How could it be troublesome? Someone asked puzzledly. Yes, you're really strange. Such a heaven-sent opportunity is actually called troublesome by you. You're simply crazy. Someone else said sarcastically. The person who spoke did not refute, but instead sighed and said, Have you thought about it? Previously, there was news of a high-rank earth vein in Maplewood City, but why didn't those first-rate sects intervene? Why else? Although a high-rank earth vein and a source crystal lode are extraordinary, how could first-rate sects care about them? Only the sects we belong to would treat them as treasures. Exactly. The person looked around and said, But what if the news of a spiritual spring here were to spread? As soon as this question came out, everyone's expression changed slightly as they suddenly thought of the key point. If news of a spiritual spring were to spread, then they would definitely have nothing to do with this place. Those first-rate sects would definitely send masters to occupy this place and establish a branch here. These medium-sized families and sects would be powerless to resist, and could only watch as this delicious meal was handed over to others. Thinking of this, everyone's mood suddenly became depressed, and they no longer felt as excited and happy as before. How about, we all make a great heart demon, oath not to spread the news of this place? Someone suggested in a low voice. Everyone glanced at the person who spoke, as if they were looking at an idiot, ridicule flashing across their faces. There were no secrets in this world, and no matter how hard they tried to conceal the existence of a spiritual spring, it was impossible to keep it a secret. One day, those first-rate sects would know about it. Moreover, the sects and families that the cultivator here belonged to were dependent on those first-rate sects to survive. Now that they had seen a treasure like a spiritual spring, they would most likely spread the news as soon as they left this place. How could they keep it a secret? I was just casually saying. The person who made the suggestion quickly realized that something was wrong and smiled awkwardly, no longer saying anything. Hong! At this moment, a loud noise came from not far in front of them, followed by a burst of spirit liquid that turned into a spirit rain that scattered in all directions. What's going on? Heavens, you must be joking with me. Another spiritual spring. After a moment of shock, everyone stared with wide eyes at a place not far in front of them, about 500 meters away. A spiritual spring suddenly appeared and spirit liquid sprayed out like a fountain. In an instant, the spirit chi underground became much denser. Yang Kai was also completely shocked and stood dumbfounded in place. Spiritual springs were things that could only be found by chance. It was already a great opportunity for those first-rate sects to occupy a spiritual spring and turn it into a holy land for cultivation. However, two spirit essences had appeared 2,000 kilometers below Maplewood City, and they were right next to each other. Looking at the scale, they were both medium-scale spiritual springs. Hong hong hong. As if they didn't think that the shock of the crowd was enough, buzzing sounds burst out one after another. The earth trembled and rubble fell. In an instant, the world energy had become so rich that it was indescribable. Several of the cultivator, who couldn't reach the critical point of breaking through, because of the thin world energy, suddenly felt the aura in their bodies fluctuating, showing signs of breaking through. However, at this moment, they couldn't care less about their own situation. Instead, they stood there dumbfounded looking around. Underground, the light was dim, and the world energy was abundant. It was impossible to see anything, but everyone was a Tao Source Realm cultivator. With a sweep of their divine sense, the situation was clear at a glance. Everyone was shocked to find that one spiritual spring after another had appeared. In a short while, the area of 10,000 meters underground was filled with spiritual springs, not far from each other. Chapter 2267. In less than a dozen breaths of time, a total of 18 spirit wells had appeared in the area with a radius of over 100,000 feet. Among these spirit essences, the worst was a medium-grade spirit essence, and there were even 3 high-grade spirit essences. These 18 spiritual essences seemed to be arranged according to a special pattern. They were scattered underground, with 15 middle-grade spiritual essences circling the surroundings, and the 3 upper-grade spiritual essences in the center. Overall, there seemed to be a great mystery. With 18 spirit essences erupting together, the scene was so spectacular that everyone was shocked speechless. After the initial excitement and shock, everyone quickly realized that something was wrong. The appearance of a medium-grade spirit essence would definitely attract the first-tier forces to intervene. Now that 18 spirit essences had appeared, and there were even 3 high-grade spirit essences, this was not something those first-tier forces could handle. Perhaps even top sects like Azure Sun Temple, Heavenly Martial Holy Land, and Orthodoxy Temple would be alarmed, and even Star Soul Palace might send people over. This was definitely a major event that shook the entire Southern Territory, and even the entire star boundary. The name of Maplewood City would definitely spread throughout the world, and be known by the world. It's over, it's completely over. Someone's mouth twitched as he whispered softly. Even though he didn't speak clearly, everyone present knew what he meant. The meaning behind his words was none other than that the fortuitous encounters here were completely unrelated to their sections. This arrangement of spirit essences, could it be the 18 stars great array? Among the crowd, a person's eyes flashed with shock as he glanced around. 18 stars great array? Someone looked at the person suspiciously. Someone asked in surprise, "Friend, are you proficient in spirit arrays?" "I know a thing or two." The person nodded. Everyone was curious. They all looked at the person and asked, "Since this friend knows spirit arrays, then tell us, what is the use of this 18 stars great array?" The person's face was pale, and his expression was ugly. After a moment of silence, he said in a deep voice, "I'm not sure if it is the 18 stars great array. After all, this spirit array has been lost for a long time. It seems to be something from ancient times, and there are only a few descriptions in the ancient books." The Great Ancient Formation. Cries of surprise rang out. The Ancient Era and the Primordial Era were two very special eras. It was said that during these two eras, the tides of heaven and earth fluctuated, and the power of laws was rich, giving birth to many almighty figures. However, as time passed, the power of the laws gradually thinned out, making it more and more difficult for the cultivator to advance. However, when it came to ancient and primordial items, they were all shocking items. Therefore, when they heard that the 18 stars grand formation was an ancient formation, everyone became interested and wanted to find out more about it. Yang Kai's expression also changed slightly. He looked at that person. "Friend, is your surname Gong?" "The Gong family of the Tianhe Valley," someone shouted. Since he could recognize the ancient grand array at a glance, his attainments in array formation couldn't be underestimated. In the whole Southern Territory, only the Gong family in the Heavenly River Valley had a deep understanding of array formations. Every member of the Gong family was an array formation master. Yang Kai had dealt with Gong Wenshan of the Gong family in the Four Seasons realm. He had a deep understanding of the Gong family's research and use of array formations, so he asked this question. "Hiss, it's you." The cultivator standing next to Yang Kai seemed to come back to his senses at this moment. He was shocked and quickly moved away from Yang Kai. The others were also shocked. They took a few steps back. In an instant, there was no one next to Yang Kai. Yang Kai touched his nose and said, "I'm just here to take a look. You don't have to be so nervous." He didn't expect these people to be so afraid of him. Seeing that he was easy to talk to and didn't show any killing intent, everyone was a little relieved. "Brother Gong." Yang Kai looked at the person who spoke again. The man smiled bitterly and said, "My surname is not Gong, but I'm half a member of the Gong family." When he said this, everyone couldn't help but be confused. The man explained, "My wife is a member of the Gong family, so I also learned a lot of array formations from the Gong family." So that's how it is. Everyone showed a look of understanding. They thought that this man was probably a son-in-law of the Gong family, so he had studied array formations. "Friend, tell us about the 18 stars array," Yang Kai said. "I'm very curious about what this array formation does." The 18 stars array is an ancient array formation. The requirements to set it up are very strict. As you can see, it needs to gather 18 objects full of spirit qi, and they must be the kind that can continuously produce spirit qi. The spirit core is the best foundation to set up the array formation. When the son-in-law of the Gong family talked about array formations, his expression suddenly became solemn, and he talked eloquently. It was obvious that he had a solid foundation and was convincing. And the function of this ancient array formation. He paused for a moment, then continued, "It's a seal." "A seal? Seal what?" The group of people suddenly became confused. "I don't know." The man shook his head, then turned to look at Duan Yuanshan and said, "City Lord Duan, was there any abnormality in this place?" The corners of Duan Yuanshan's mouth twitched. He glanced at Yang Kai and said, "Since everyone has been in Maplewood City for some time, you must know that Maplewood City was surrounded by the demonic qi a few months ago." "Hiss. Could it be that the thing sealed is actually the ancient demonic qi?" Everyone's expression changed. They couldn't stand steadily and were on the verge of collapsing. Yang Kai also showed a look of understanding. He secretly admired the methods of those ancient almighty beings. Among the people here, he knew best what was sealed in this place. It wasn't the ancient demonic chi that was sealed here, but the ancient great demon's black pupil. The black pupil that could evolve into a dark world. All of the ancient demonic chi was born from the black pupil. Using the world energy to seal the demonic chi was indeed a good method. Unfortunately, even those ancient almighty beings had underestimated the strangeness of the black pupil. Countless years had passed, but the black pupil hadn't disappeared. Although it had lost its spirituality and will, it still existed. In the end, it broke out of the ground and was obtained by Yang Kai. Everyone don't worry. When the demonic chi surrounded the city, 3 Master of the Emperor Realm came here to deal with it. The demonic chi should have been completely removed. In any case, we haven't detected the slightest trace of the demonic chi in the past few months. Duan Yuan Shan comforted everyone. He had always thought that the removal of the demonic chi was due to Gao Shueting and the others. It seems that the 18 Stars Grand Array is sealing that demonic thing. The Gong family's son-in-law's face was pale, and he was a little scared. The others also sighed softly. Everyone was silent for a while before someone said, "Let's ignore the ancient demonic chi for now. Now that the 18 spirit eyes have appeared, it may be an opportunity for us." That's right. Since we can't occupy them forever, why not take advantage of this opportunity to absorb them? What are you waiting for? A person shouted, and his figure flickered as he rushed toward the spirit eyes. This person was decisive, and he directly stared at a high-grade spirit eye and rushed over, intending to rush in and absorb the world energy. There were only 3 high-grade spirit eyes, but there were 20 to 30 sects, families, and forces here. So he naturally wanted to take the initiative. Once this person moved, everyone couldn't hold back, and they all used their movement skills to rush toward the spirit eyes. Yang Kai also moved, and he directly used the space divine technique to teleport to the top of a high-grade spirit eye. Standing in the air, he coldly glanced ahead. In front of him, several cultivators fiercely rushed over. They seemed to be from the same sect, and their cultivation wasn't bad. The lowest cultivation was at the 2nd Order Dao Source Realm, and the leader was even at the 3rd Order Dao Source Realm. It seemed that they wanted to snatch the high-grade spirit eye, but before they could even arrive, Kai Yang had already arrived before them in a flash. Their faces turned ugly, and they all stopped in place. The leader of the cultivator was a middle-aged man, and he looked dignified and dignified. After pondering for a moment, he cupped his fists and said, "Brother Yang, can we negotiate?" "No," Yang Kai replied decisively. The middle-aged man's face turned black, and he said with a bitter smile, "I haven't said anything yet. In any case, it's not good. Don't be like this. We're all here to make a living. Can't you give us some face? Besides, such a big spirit eye, you can't eat it all by yourself. I and my junior brother and junior sister will take half, and you can take the other half. Everyone will be happy. I like to monopolize it, and I never share it with others." Yang Kai's nose was in the air, and he looked insufferably arrogant. "Little brat, don't be too arrogant. Don't think that we're afraid of you. We just don't want to hurt everyone's face." One of the cultivators behind the middle-aged man suddenly shouted. The middle-aged man frowned, but he didn't stop him. Obviously, he was also angry. Yang Kai glanced sideways at the person who spoke and said, "If you're not afraid, why don't you just come and snatch it?" That person was furious, and it seemed that he was really going to attack. The middle-aged man was startled and quickly blocked in front of him. He looked at Yang Kai and said, "Brother Yang, are you sure you can't?" Yang Kai said coldly, "I'll give you face if you say it properly, but if you dare to snatch it, don't blame me for slapping your face." Slapping my face? The middle-aged man's face changed greatly, and he suddenly recalled how Ning Yuan Shu and Zhuang Pan were slapped in the face by Yang Kai, and he suddenly felt his scalp tingle. Yang Kai looked into the distance and said, "If you go and snatch the other spirit eyes now, you might have a chance, but if you continue to talk nonsense with me, I'm afraid you won't even be able to drink the soup." The middle-aged man turned his head and suddenly became anxious. He waved his hand and said, Let's go. Just as Yang Kai had said, most of the 18 spirit springs here had already been occupied by the cultivators, and there were even some who were fighting over them. For a time, the heavens were falling and the earth was cracking as rocks and sand flew everywhere. This was especially true for the other two high-rank spirit eyes, where the competition between the cultivator was particularly fierce. All of them were fighting on the basis of sects and families. For a time, the scene was noisy and chaotic. Duan Yuan Shan and the others were very tactful and didn't show any interest in the high-rank spirit eyes. Instead, they cooperated with Drunkard and several Maplewood City's old ancestors to snatch a mid-rank spirit eye. Chapter 2268. Among the 18 spirit springs, only the one occupied by Yang Kai was the safest. Everyone had seen Yang Kai's ferocious methods before, so no one dared to compete with him. So they took the initiative to avoid provoking this fiend. Yang Kai was happy to see this. He didn't pay attention to the fighting in the other spirit springs, and instead sent a message to Lu Yan, asking her to bring Hua Qingxi and the others over. After doing all this, his figure flickered, and he charged into the spirit spring's eye, falling into it in an instant. In the next moment, Yang Kai felt the thick and viscous world energy all around him. The feeling of this world energy pouring into his body made him feel very comfortable, and he couldn't control himself. He had just broken through to the second-order Tao Source realm, but he actually showed signs of stabilizing in a short time. Yang Kai was overjoyed and hurriedly formed hand seals to absorb the world energy. At the same time, he took out the sealed world bead, and with a flick of his hand, opened a gap in the sealed world bead, allowing the small sealed world to pour in the world energy for the sealed world bead to accept. But soon, Yang Kai frowned and looked down, his eyes shining brightly, as if they could see through the void. Vaguely, he seemed to be able to see something shooting out from the spirit spring, at an extremely fast speed. He could hear the whooshing sound of something breaking through the air. Not good. Yang Kai's heart sank. He didn't know what was shooting out from the spirit spring, but he felt an extremely dangerous aura. He hurriedly urged the source chi in his body to form a layer of protection on the surface of his body, and at the same time, his figure flickered as he tried to escape. But it was already too late. Asterisk shio shio shio. Hong hong hong. Asterisk inexplicable things rushed out at an incredible speed and hit Yang Kai's body. Every hit was like a falling meteor. In an instant, Yang Kai felt pain all over his body, and with the help of the impact, he rushed out of the spirit spring. Following closely behind him, streaks of white light danced out like stars in the sky, shooting in all directions. What the hell? Yang Kai's expression was uncertain as he dodged to the side and used his eyesight to observe carefully. Soon, his expression was brilliant and varied. This was because he had discovered that the things that had rushed out from the spirit well and struck his body were fist-sized pieces of origin crystals. And judging from the color and purity of the source crystals, these source crystals were at least mid-rank source crystals, and there were even a large number of high-rank source crystals mixed in them. Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, his eyes burning with passion. Throughout the entire star boundary, low-rank source crystals were the basis of currency for transactions between cultivators. Low-rank source crystals crystals, low-rank source crystals, low-rank source crystals, low-rank source crystals. They were referring to low-rank source crystals, which were equivalent to 100,000 mid-rank source crystals and 1,000 high-rank source crystals. Spirit crystals, crystals, high-rank mid-rank crystals, and a few to rank spirit mid-rank. As for high ranks, there were only a few of them. High-rank source crystals were not easy to obtain. Only the best source crystal veins would produce high-rank source crystals. And the best source crystal veins had always been controlled by the big forces. Once they were mined, they were basically digested by the sect and rarely circulated to the outside world. The higher the grade of source crystal, the more useful it was. Many sect formations, and even cultivator breakthroughs required high-rank source crystals. However, at this time, from the spirit spring, a large number of mid-rank and high-rank source crystals shot out. How could Yang Kai not be shocked? Just as he was in a daze, the other 17 spirit springs also erupted together. A large number of source crystals burst out from the bottom of the spirit spring along with the surge of spirit chi. For a time, the sound of whooshing could be heard, and white lights flashed and danced in the sky. A cultivator was hit by the source crystals for a moment, and couldn't help but groan as a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. It was clear how strong the impact was. However, in just a moment, all the cultivators in the spirit spring began to boil. Source crystals, high-rank source crystals. There are actually high-rank source crystals in this spirit spring. Ha 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 ha, we're rich this time. Get lost, this spirit spring is ours. If you don't know what's good for you, don't blame my brothers for not taking into account the friendship between our two sects. What a joke. Treasures belong to those who are virtuous. You bunch of trash want to seize them? If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, I'll fight it out with you, wah. The appearance of the 18 spirit springs had already made the scene extremely chaotic. Now that so many source crystals had appeared at the bottom of the spirit springs, all the cultivators went crazy. After all, the spirit springs couldn't be taken away. They all knew that before the news spread, they could only cultivate here for a period of time at most. However, source crystals were different. They could be taken away, and were hard currency that could be circulated throughout the star boundary. A high-rank source crystal was equivalent to 10,000 low-rank source crystals. Judging from the amount of source crystals that erupted, as long as they occupied a spirit spring for a few days, it would be enough to double the financial resources of the entire sect. For a time, the sects and families that were already fighting each other became more and more unwilling to give in. Those sects that were originally harmonious looked at each other with some hostility. Men die for wealth, and birds die for food. This was an immutable truth. Yang Kai. Just as Yang Kai was looking around, Hua Qingxi had already rushed over with Zhang Ruoxi, Lu Yan, and Qin Chaoyang, and landed beside him. At first sight of this strange scene, Hua Qingxi's beautiful eyes trembled in shock. She covered her red lips with her small hand and said in a trembling voice, What's going on here? The spirit spring is erupting with source crystals. What do you think is going on? Yang Kai grinned. Zhang Ruoxi was still young and didn't have much experience. This was the first time she had seen such a big scene. She was so shocked that her little face turned a little pale. Qin Chaoyang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His hands and feet trembled as he stared at the spirit spring and the erupting source crystals. He was stunned and speechless for a long time. Ruoxi, don't worry about anything. Find a safe place to cultivate. Lu Yan will stand guard for you. As Yang Kai spoke, he gave Lu Yan a look. Lu Yan understood and pulled Zhang Ruoxi to the side, sitting down near the high-rank spirit spring. However, whenever an source crystal flew over, Lu Yan simply stretched out her hand and caught it in her hand. Seeing this, Yang Kai directly threw a space ring to Lu Yan, and then said to Hua Qingxi, Let's put aside our cultivation for now. Come with me to collect the source crystals. Okay. Hua Qingxi nodded. With a flicker of her tender body, she arrived above the spirit spring with Yang Kai. At this moment, source crystals were continuously erupting from the mouth of the spring. Yang Kai stood high up in the air, opened his hand, and sent out hundreds of golden blood threads. These golden blood threads intertwined and formed a giant golden net above the mouth of the spring. Asterisk chi chi chi. Asterisk all the erupting source crystals were blocked by this golden net and slowed down. Hua Qingxi saw this opportunity and formed a series of hand seals. With a flick of her fingers, she collected the source crystals and stuffed them into her space ring. With the two's cooperation, not a single source crystal flew out, all of them being blocked. It seems that there's nothing for me to do. Qin Chaoyang watched for a while before the corners of his mouth twitched. Brother Yang, you do what you need to do. I'll go somewhere else. With such a great opportunity, if he could accumulate a considerable amount of wealth, it would definitely become the foundation for the Qin family's resurgence. But the spirit spring occupied by Yang Kai didn't need him to do anything, so he could only turn his attention elsewhere. Looking around, Qin Chaoyang grinned meaningfully. With a flicker of his body, he arrived next to the mid-grade spirit spring where Duan Yuanshan and the others were. Cupping his hands, he said, "City Lord Duan, brothers and sisters, this Qin greets you. Old fart, you want to take advantage of us?" Du family patriarch, Du Lishun glared at him. Zhou family patriarch Zhou snorted. "Old thief Qin, you really look good when you talk with your butt between your legs. Where did you learn this from? What are you talking about?" Qin Chaoyang was unhappy. His beard curled as he said angrily, "You two shameless old fools. Do you believe that this old master won't beat you until your mother can't recognize you?" Zhou Yi and Du Lishun looked at each other and laughed. "If your mother was still alive, would she recognize you?" Qin Chaoyang's face turned black. Enough nonsense. Since you're here, hurry up and help. Can't you see that the source crystals are all flying away?" Duan Yuanshan waved his hand and shouted. "Since City Lord Duan has given the order, this one will obey." Qin Chaoyang grinned meaningfully and joined the crowd. The patriarchs were all from Maplewood City and had known each other for many years. Although there may have been some small frictions and disagreements in the past, now that there were foreign enemies invading and under the watchful eyes of so many strong masters, everyone couldn't help but want to work together for warmth. So, even if they ridiculed each other, it didn't affect their friendship. "Hey Zhou Yi, you old fart, you actually managed to break through to the second order. The heavens are really blind." Qin Chaoyang collected the source crystals for a while, and after seeing that the situation had stabilized, he suddenly discovered that the Zhou family patriarch was the same as himself. He had taken another step forward. "What are you talking about?" Zhou Yi glared and shouted. "Old fart, if you can break through, why can't this old master?" "It seems that everyone has broken through." Du Lishun grinned meaningfully. Only then did Qin Chaoyang remember to check the cultivations of the others, and he was surprised to find that everyone had broken through a minor realm. All the old friends of the patriarchs had reached the second-order Dao Source realm, and so had Drunkard, while Duan Yuanshan had reached the third-order Dao Source realm. "Aya, congratulations to all of you." Qin Zhaoyang laughed heartily. "Congratulations to you too." Duan Yuanshan grinned meaningfully. "Now, our Maplewood City can be considered a force to be reckoned with. As the saying goes, brothers fight against each other over the wall. This Duan hopes that everyone can work together in the future. If the old ancestors of these patriarchs were all gathered together with Duan Yuanshan and Drunkard, this force would really be extraordinary. At the very least, it would be comparable to some mid-level sects and families. The only thing missing was a master from the Emperor realm. However, there weren't many masters in the Emperor realm. Even those mid-level sects and families might not necessarily have such a master. Hearing Duan Yuanshan's words, everyone looked solemn and nodded in agreement. Chapter 2269. Of the three high-rank spirit eyes, one was occupied by Yang Kai, one was occupied by the octagonal door, and the third was jointly occupied by the cultivator of the two sects. The other 15 mid-rank spirit eyes were also crowded with people. In fact, the strength of the disciples of the octagonal door was not enough to occupy a high-rank spirit eye, but everyone was wary of the ferocious existence known as Luo Yuan, so no one dared to provoke the octagonal door. Only the heavens knew when Luo Yuan would come back, and if he happened to see them, no one would be able to contend with him, given that he had injured protectors Gao Shan and Lu Shui and forced them to flee. At the high-rank spirit eye where Yang Kai was, after cooperating with Hua Qingxi to collect source crystals for a while, his expression suddenly changed, and he said to Hua Qingxi, "I'll go down and take a look." It was impossible for source crystals to spray out from below for no reason. Yang Kai guessed that there must be some kind of mystery at the bottom of this spirit eye, so he wanted to go down and investigate. Now that his golden blood thread net was blocking the source crystals, Hua Qingxi only needed to collect the source crystals before they burned out, so he didn't need to stay here any longer. What's more, Lu Yan was also here, so if some blind guy dared to snatch the spirit eye, the two of them would be enough to deal with it. "Be careful," Hua Qingxi didn't stop him, and just solemnly exhorted. Yang Kai nodded and his figure flickered, diving down for the second time. Just like before, as soon as Yang Kai entered the spirit spring, he felt a huge resistance from below, as if it was trying to push him up. At the same time, there were also countless source crystals whistling through the air, crashing into his body. Yang Kai felt pain all over his body, but he endured it and urged his source chi. He used his space secret technique. Only then did he feel better. The further down they went, the greater the resistance. The density and richness of the surrounding spirit chi also increased. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and took out the sealed world bead, opened a world rift on this emperor artifact, and placed the sealed world bead in front of him, allowing the surging world energy and source crystals mixed in it to flow into the sealed world bead. He didn't know how far he had sunk. His surroundings were white and misty, and he couldn't see anything clearly. When he released his divine sense, he could only extend it to a range of 10 feet. Any further, and it would be obstructed by the boundless world energy. At a certain moment, Yang Kai's figure suddenly stopped as he stepped on solid ground. This should be the lowest position. He stood in place and silently sensed for a moment. He could clearly feel the torrents below. Moreover, the space below wasn't as narrow as he had imagined. Instead, it was extremely vast. He stood there with a strange expression on his face, and pondered for a while before releasing his divine sense to explore his surroundings vigilantly. These source crystals continued to fly upwards. Yang Kai activated his eyesight. Seeing through the obstacles around him, Yang Kai found the source of the source crystals and walked in that direction. Along the way, the sealed world bead was constantly devouring the world energy and source crystals in this place. Its harvest was unimaginable. Not long after, he suddenly stopped and focused his gaze in front of him. In that white, misty world filled with liquefied world energy, there seemed to be a behemoth in front of him. Although it was some distance away, Yang Kai could still see its vague outline. That behemoth didn't have the slightest aura of life. He didn't know what it was, but all the source crystals were flying out from that direction. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and stepped forward. After a while, he arrived in front of the black shadow and took a closer look. Finally, he saw what it was. For a moment, Yang Kai was stunned in place, unable to speak for a long time. After a long while, he burst into laughter, feeling extremely carefree. He found that the behemoth in front of him was actually a source crystal lode. Pieces of fist-sized source crystals separated from the lode, and then followed the flow of world energy, turning into 18 branches and shooting upwards. The source crystals collected by the cultivator above were obviously separated from this huge lode. The lode was bright, without the slightest impurity, and the quality was pure. Such a huge and pure source crystal lode was unlikely to be found in the entire star boundary. Only in ancient times would such a thing exist. Silently feeling the 18 undercurrents of world energy above the lode, Yang Kai fell into deep thought. The 18 spirit eyes are actually connected to each other? If that's the case, then if we take this mine away, then the people above. Yang Kai frowned and thought for a while, gradually unable to suppress the excitement in his heart. His huge divine sense rushed out of his knowledge sea like a flood dragon, turning into an invisible force that wrapped around the lode. The next moment, Yang Kai's expression changed, his cheeks turning pale as soybean-sized beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, and his body trembled. He had underestimated the size of this lode. With the current strength of his divine sense, he could barely wrap it up, but he couldn't stuff it into the sealed world bead. The sealed world bead was a world of its own. Although it could collect anything, even living people, Yang Kai needed to use his divine sense to do so. Depending on the size of the object collected, the density of the world energy, and the strength of its resistance, the amount of divine sense required would vary. Just like when Yang Kai first took the embodiment into the sealed world bead, although the embodiment at that time did not resist Yang Kai, and even cooperated with him, because of its size, Yang Kai still collapsed in an instant. The load in front of him was the same, although it was undoubtedly many times smaller than when the embodiment had first taken shape. It was still a source crystal load with a surging amount of world energy. If he wanted to collect such an existence, Yang Kai estimated that if he tried to force it, his knowledge sea would be damaged. With this thought in mind, Yang Kai sent a message to the embodiment inside the sealed world bead. The next moment, the gap in the sealed world bead expanded leisurely, turning into a huge void crack that stretched in front of Yang Kai. Blue veins bulged on Yang Kai's forehead as his body trembled violently, his source chi fluctuating wildly. "Do it!" Yang Kai suddenly shouted. The next moment, two giant arms stretched out from the huge void crack. These two giant arms were extremely hard and had sharp edges. Surprisingly, they were the arms of the embodiment. The Dharmakaya's arms crossed the realm and hugged the huge mine in his palms. Then he suddenly exerted force and lifted it up. Such a horrifying scene was really like the power to uproot mountains and rivers. His aura was unparalleled. Only the bodies of the Stone Mongoose clan could possess such brute strength. At the same time, Yang Kai's divine sense was also like a tide as he cooperated with the embodiment's movements and stuffed the load into the void crack. Asterisk hung long long, asterisk a loud noise rang out. The load slowly rose, moving little by little. Yang Kai's face grew paler and paler, his clothes soaked in sweat, and his head throbbed with pain as if thousands of needles were stabbing him. His divine sense had been damaged by this. The soul-warming lotus bloomed with 7 colors, and its gentle power made up for the damage to his divine sense, making Yang Kai feel much better. As for the embodiment's arms that had crossed over, creaking noises could be heard as gravel constantly fell from his arms. It seemed that even he couldn't bear such a weight, causing the onlookers to be on tenterhooks and feel anxious. It seemed like just a moment, but also like thousands of years. Just when Yang Kai was almost unable to bear it, the embodiment in the sealed world bead suddenly retracted his giant arms, directly pulling the source crystal load into the void crack and disappearing. At the same time, the sealed world bead flashed wildly, and the gap between the void crack closed. Yang Kai staggered, only to feel that his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose were full of a salty smell, and his eyes were seeing stars. Unable to stand steadily, he fell to the ground. It was only at this moment that he suddenly felt a wave of fear. Although his divine sense was protected by the soul-warming lotus, it was still full of danger. If he had used his divine sense too much and caused his soul to become chaotic, he may not be able to recover in the future. A trace of cold sweat rolled down his forehead, and Yang Kai felt cold all over. "Who is it?" Yang Kai suddenly turned his head, his eyes cold as he looked in a certain direction and shouted, "Who's there?" At that moment, he heard the sound of footsteps. Now that he was exhausted and could barely move, if someone really wanted to harm him, he couldn't even escape. So Yang Kai suddenly became vigilant, hurriedly wiped the blood and cold sweat from his face, and sat cross-legged, assuming a calm posture. After Yang Kai shouted, the footsteps paused slightly, but soon continued to move in his direction, faster and faster. Yang Kai's expression became ugly, and his eyes became slightly gloomy as he stared at the approaching person. After a short while, a beautiful figure appeared in front of Yang Kai. That person stood about 10 feet away from Yang Kai, and asked hesitantly, "Grandmaster Yang?" Hearing this person's voice, Yang Kai frowned, and a strange expression appeared on his face. "Why is it you?" He discovered that this person was actually Yi Jinghan, who he couldn't shake off. He hadn't expected that she would come down here. Yang Kai immediately became vigilant, and said coldly, "Why did you come down here instead of collecting source crystals up there?" Although he didn't know why this woman was looking for him, Yang Kai was very annoyed by the fact that he was neither a relative nor a friend of hers, and he had already clearly rejected her. Yi Jinghan said, "This mistress isn't strong enough, and this mistress is the only one from Thousand Leaves sect who came here, so I don't have the strength to compete with others." Her words were filled with bitterness and desolation. "When I saw Grandmaster Yang come down here, this mistress wanted to come down and take a look." As she spoke, she suddenly coughed twice. "Are you injured?" Yang Kai raised his brows. "It's just a minor injury," Yi Jinghan replied. "I was hit by someone when I came down." Hearing this, Yang Kai roughly understood what had happened. Everyone was occupying their own spirit springs. And if Yi Jinghan wanted to come down, she must have used a spirit spring to do so. The others must have thought that she wanted to snatch source crystals, so they attacked her. With her second-order Dao source realm cultivation, it was impossible for her to come out unscathed, so it was only natural that she would be injured. Chapter 2270. Do your parents know that you're so daring? Yang Kai sat cross-legged on the ground and looked coldly at Yi Jinghan. Yi Jinghan replied bitterly, "This mistress has been an orphan since she was young." Yang Kai was at a loss for words. After a moment of silence, he asked in a deep voice, "What did you see just now?" "What?" Yi Jinghan replied with a blank look on her face. "Nothing." Yang Kai exhaled softly. Yi Jinghan's tone and expression didn't seem to be fake, so she really didn't see anything just now. "Grandmaster Yang," Yi Jinghan stammered, "can you give this mistress a chance to say a few words?" "Aren't you speaking right now?" Yang Kai's entire body was exhausted and powerless. Even though he felt that Yi Jinghan wouldn't do anything harmful to him, he still had to be on guard against her. That was why he didn't show any signs of fatigue, and just quietly rested to recover his strength. "Thank you, Grandmaster Yang." Yi Jinghan was overjoyed when she heard this. She thought that her sincerity had finally worked, and she became excited. She deliberated over her words and said solemnly, "Actually, this mistress is looking for Grandmaster Yang to ask for a favor." Yang Kai closed his eyes and concentrated, not paying any attention to her. Seeing this, Yi Jinghan continued, "This mistress wants to ask Grandmaster Yang to, Grandmaster, be careful behind you." "What?" Yang Kai was startled when he heard this, but in the next moment, he felt a chill coming from behind him. That chill was as sharp as a blade, and it cut into his skin painfully. His expression changed drastically. He was so focused on recovering that he didn't notice any danger approaching him from behind. If not for Yi Jinghan's reminder, he wouldn't have reacted so quickly. Even now, he was afraid that he wouldn't have reacted. He was extremely shocked in the depths of his heart. He didn't know what kind of divine being could actually approach him without him noticing. In a hurry, Yang Kai circulated his source qi and jumped up into the air, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk a powerful force came crashing down on Yang Kai's arms. Asterisk creak creak creak. Asterisk the sound of bones dislocating rang out. Yang Kai was really shocked this time. The quality of his physical body was unparalleled. Even a direct hit from an Emperor Realm Master would not be able to dislocate his bones, but this inexplicable attack was able to do so. Dragon form. Yang Kai let out a low roar, accompanied by a resounding dragon roar. Dragon scales suddenly covered his arms in front of his chest, blocking the violent power of the attack. This power. Yang Kai's expression froze as he suddenly realized that there was something wrong with the power that had attacked him. It didn't seem to be the source qi he was familiar with, but rather another kind of power that he couldn't quite put his finger on. He abruptly raised his head and released his divine sense. He wanted to see who had the guts to sneak up on him. With one look, Kai Yang sucked in a breath of cold air. Not far in front of him, there was a pitch-black figure standing. For some reason, that figure did not have the slightest bit of vitality, and it seemed to be constantly fluctuating due to the surging energy. He was unable to stabilize it. The two scarlet eyes were like the eyes of a ferocious beast that was about to devour its prey. Anyone who saw them would shudder in fear. "See," Yang Kai's expression sank as he shouted, "Who is your excellency?" The other party had no intention of replying. It simply tilted its head and glanced at Yang Kai before swinging a fist and smashing it towards Yang Kai. Although it was a fist, the attack contained within the fist wind was like the sharpness of thousands of sharp blades. It cut the surrounding space with a sizzling sound, and it was incomparably sharp. Having just suffered a loss, Yang Kai naturally didn't dare to be careless. With a flick of his 10 fingers, a series of tiny void cracks appeared, transforming into a rain of needles that shot towards the black figure. The other party seemed to realize that the situation wasn't good, and its figure flickered as it retreated from the battle, standing not far away as it tilted its head and stared at Yang Kai. This black figure's reaction wasn't very nimble, and could even be said to be very stiff and jerky, giving off the feeling that it hadn't moved for a long time. But Yang Kai instinctively felt that this was a formidable enemy. Buzz. A strange sound suddenly came from the black figure's body. And with this strange sound, Yang Kai suddenly felt a burning sensation in his lower abdomen. What? Yang Kai was shocked and quickly retreated. Even if he was facing a genuine powerhouse from the Emperor realm, he wouldn't be so flustered. But at this moment, he just wanted to get as far away from this black figure as possible. Because at that moment, the ancient demon sense that had been sealed in his lower abdomen seemed to have been affected by something and became restless. Fortunately, the Tsang tree's gold and silver seal was extremely mysterious and was able to suppress it immediately. Otherwise Yang Kai would definitely become the demon race again. This black figure, was it related to the ancient great demon? An unimaginable thought popped up in Yang Kai's mind uncontrollably, and his face turned pale. Although the ancient demon sense in his lower abdomen only surged for a moment, it was obviously detected by the black figure. In an instant, his killing intent surged like a tide as an indescribable evil aura suddenly filled the air, and a pitch-black energy visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions. Demonic Qi, Yang Kai exclaimed. At this moment, he was completely sure that this black figure was really related to the ancient great demon, because the energy fluctuations between the two were almost exactly the same. Kill, a word suddenly jumped out of the black figure's throat, and then its figure flickered as it rushed in front of Yang Kai, swinging its fist. Under this punch, the world collapsed and the universe was in chaos. Yang Kai's eyes widened, and he didn't dare to be negligent. With a flick of his wrist, the myriad sword Emperor artifact was instantly summoned. He leisurely swung his sword and slowly shouted, "Myriad sword, one man holds the pass." Zheng zheng. The humming of the sword, and the humming of the sword qi could be heard incessantly. A ring of light appeared in front of Yang Kai, turning into a solid barrier. When the black figure's fist smashed down, Yang Kai's body trembled, and his sword aura was almost disrupted. "Grandmaster Yang, this mistress will help you." Yi Jinghan's voice trembled, and it was obvious that she was frightened, but she still braced herself and flew over. A bracelet on her fair wrist flew out, and she formed a series of hand seals, causing the bracelet to expand to the size of a wash basin, whistling as it flew toward the black figure. "Back off!" Yang Kai shouted. Although Yi Jinghan's cultivation was similar to his, it was impossible for her to contend against this black figure, and the slightest carelessness would result in her death. However, his shout was still a little too late. The bracelet artifact spun and struck the black figure's head in the blink of an eye. The black figure didn't pay any attention to it, and he didn't even put up his guard, allowing the attack to hit him. Clang. A loud noise rang out, as if the bracelet had struck a solid object. The light on the bracelet flickered erratically, and it was even contaminated by a wisp of demonic qi, which damaged its spirituality. Poo. Yi Jinghan spat out a mouthful of blood, and her aura weakened. The bracelet artifact was her natal artifact, and when it was damaged, she also suffered a backlash. In her panic, she didn't dare to continue fighting, so she just waved her hand and took the bracelet back. When she lowered her head and looked at the bracelet, she saw a wisp of black demonic qi lingering around it, gradually spreading to the surroundings, and faintly showing signs of corroding other parts of the bracelet. Yi Jinghan turned pale with fright. It was only now that she understood the disparity between her and the black figure. "Kill!" A hoarse battle cry rang out once again. It sounded like metal scraping against metal, and it was extremely uncomfortable to listen to. Yang Kai maintained the myriad sword's momentum and confronted the black figure as an equal. He looked at the other party with a grave expression and shouted in a low voice, "Who are you, Your Excellency? What is your relationship with the one-eyed giant demon?" "Kill." The black figure didn't seem to have heard him, and this was the only word that came out of his mouth. "Are you looking down on me?" Yang Kai was infuriated, and a golden light suddenly appeared in his left eye. The demon eye of annihilation was instantly revealed, and he stared intently at the black figure. He wanted to see what this black figure was. As soon as he looked at it, a strange expression appeared on Yang Kai's face, and he said in alarm, This is. Using the demon eye of annihilation, Yang Kai was able to see through all illusions, and he was able to see the true form of the black figure. He discovered that the black figure wasn't a living being, but an existence similar to an artifact spirit, just like Lu Yen. The only difference was that the black figure wasn't an artifact refining furnace, but a hammer. At this moment, the hammer was hidden inside the black figure's body, and it was surrounded by a boundless demonic qi. Exquisite runes flowed around the hammer like they were living creatures, seemingly containing the power of supreme principles. Yang Kai looked at it and felt a stinging pain in his left eye, and a warm feeling flowed down from the corner of his eye. Forcing himself to focus, he carefully examined the shape of the hammer, and the more he looked at it, the more he felt that he had seen it somewhere before. Very soon he recalled what had happened. He had indeed seen this hammer before, but not in reality, but in the knowledge sea of the Jiang family's first young master, Jiang Chuhe. Last time, when the demonic qi besieged the city, Jiang Chuhe had been eroded by the demonic qi and turned into a demon. Yang Kai had joined forces with Qin Yu to use a soul-searching secret technique to find a good way to resist the demon thought. In Jiang Chuhe's knowledge sea, Yang Kai had seen many things about the ancient great demon. Among them, there were traces of the appearance of this hammer. In those battles, the weapon used by the ancient great demon was this war hammer. It was invincible, and countless ancient powerhouses had died tragically under this war hammer, ending their glorious lives. The demonic war hammer! Yang Kai shouted and quickly dispersed the demon eye of annihilation, not daring to look at it again. If it was the ancient great demon's demonic war hammer, then everything made sense. Why did the demonic qi sealed in his body resonate with this black figure? The two had an inseparable relationship, so it was natural for them to resonate. In other words, the ancient powerhouses had not only sealed the ancient great demon's black eye here, but also the ancient great demon's war hammer. It was just that the demonic war hammer had been suppressed under the 18 stars great array, unable to see the light of day. This time it had finally been released. Perhaps it was related to the source crystal mine he had taken. Perhaps the source crystal mine was the key to suppressing the demonic war hammer. Although he had such a guess in his heart, Yang Kai did not regret it. Chapter 2271. Now that the 18 stars grand array had reappeared, this place was destined to be explored by countless masters. Even if he didn't take away this source crystal mine, someone else would. In other words, it was only a matter of time before the demonic war hammer reappeared. But what was unexpected was that the demonic war hammer had actually developed its own sentience in the flowing time great emperor, and was able to take form. Thinking quickly, in the next moment, Yang Kai's sword intent changed from defensive to offensive. Million sword chi, moon swallows the wolf. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk countless sword chi bombarded the artifact's spirit in human form like a torrential rain, forcing it to retreat. The demonic chi on the surface of its body was tumbling, but it wasn't damaged in the slightest. It was a manifestation of the ancient demonic war hammer, which was at least at the level of an emperor artifact. It was extremely sturdy. If the demonic war hammer wasn't destroyed, no method would be able to hurt it, unless one used spiritual energy to directly attack its soul and erase its consciousness. Unfortunately, Yang Kai had just consumed too much of his divine sense to collect the source crystal mine, so it would be difficult for him to gather his divine sense again and use his soul secret technique in a short time. He could only use offense as a form of defense. As soon as the sword chi appeared, Yang Kai immediately retreated and flashed to Yi Jinghan's side, grabbing her with one hand and shouting, "Let's go!" As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them flew up at an extremely fast speed, following the direction of the surging world energy, straight into the sky. Above, at the 18 springs, many cultivators looked at each other with ugly expressions. Where are the source crystals? Where are the source crystals? Damn it! Why aren't the source crystals erupting? What's going on? God knows what's going on. The other springs don't seem to be erupting source crystals either. Many of the cultivators looked around, all of them clamoring, all of them wanting to continue. After all, source crystals falling from the sky was a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. Moreover, they had encountered high-rank and mid-rank source crystals this time, so they were all overjoyed. Suddenly, there were no more source crystals. Apart from pure spiritual energy, there was nothing else that gushed out from the 18 springs. How could they not be depressed? Did something happen down there? Someone guessed. Why don't we go down and take a look? There might be some heaven-defying opportunity waiting for us down there, someone suggested. Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. Previously, everyone had been busy collecting source crystals and had no time to pay attention to anything else. Now that there were no more source crystals, they naturally wanted to go down and investigate. 18 spirit eyes. With so many source crystals, even a fool would not believe that there was nothing good down there. Therefore, everyone was tempted. Although they were tempted, they still understood the principle of shooting the bird that pokes its head out. Therefore, they looked at each other, and no one dared to be the first to eat crabs. Cough. Brother 4Cs. You have a profound cultivation base. Why don't you take the lead this time, and we'll follow you down? A middle-aged old man suddenly looked at another old man and said. The old man named Chi Si Hai coldly snorted and said unhappily, Brother Woohoo, are you joking? When we were collecting source crystals just now, you didn't ask this old master to take the lead. Now that we've encountered such a dangerous situation, you want this old master to go first? Are you insulting this old master's IQ or your own? Zhou Woohoo coughed dryly and said, Brother 4Cs, it's fine if you don't want to, but why do you have such a vicious mouth? Didn't you rinse your mouth after eating? Chi Si Hai said coldly, This old master is not stupid enough to be used at will. Zhou Woohoo curled his lips and cupped his fists again. Then he turned to the octagonal door and said, Little brother Luo, this old master can see that your excellency's cultivation is amazing and his methods are heaven-defying. You must be a person with a great opportunity. Little brother, do you want to go down and investigate? Luo Yuan had come back at some point. Although he was in a sorry state after fighting with Gao Shan and Lu Shui, he was in high spirits. It seemed that he had gained a lot. Looking around, the people from Flying Saint Palace were nowhere to be seen. It was unknown whether they had been beaten away by Luo Yuan or not. Old man, you're really insidious. If you want to go down yourself. Don't encourage my brother Luo. The round-faced woman at the octagonal door glared at Zhou Woohoo and shouted. Zhou Woohoo's face sank and he snorted. Little girl, how can you speak like that? Can't you respect the old and love the young? Can't you see that this old master is already so old? Look at my beard and hair, they're all white. The round-faced woman snorted. Since you're so old, why don't you just find a place to lie down and wait for death? What are you running around for? Do you want to die faster? Little girl, you really pissed this old master off. Zhou Woohoo trembled with anger. Chi Si Hai was gloating on the side, laughing happily. Something's wrong. Luo Yuan had not said a word, but was staring down at the high-rank spirit spring in front of him with a frown. At this moment he suddenly said, as if he was facing a great enemy. What? The round-faced woman looked at him when she heard this. Luo Yuan's face became more and more dignified. Suddenly he shouted, Retreat! As soon as his words fell, he pushed his source chi and wrapped it around the disciples of the octagonal door, before retreating 1,000 meters away. Gulyalu. At the high-rank spirit spring. Bubbles suddenly appeared and the whole spirit spring seemed to be boiling. What's going on? Everyone looked at the spirit spring with a blank look on their faces. At that moment, a figure suddenly broke out of it, bringing with it a burst of crashing sounds. There's someone down there. When did this guy go down? See, it's that evil star. Everyone exclaimed, but after seeing that it was Yang Kai, their faces suddenly became ugly. They didn't know if the reason why the source crystals suddenly stopped erupting had something to do with him, but they didn't dare to ask. How did he come out of our spirit spring? The round-faced woman also looked at Yang Kai blankly. her brow furrowed in confusion. So that's how it is. Luo Yuan, on the other hand, seemed to understand something and said thoughtfully, "It seems that these 18 spirit springs are actually connected to each other." "Is that so? Brother Luo is really smart," the round-faced woman said with a smile, as she looked at Luo Yuan with her beautiful eyes, making no attempt to hide her admiration for him. The other disciples of the octagonal door all looked at her with shame, knowing that the round-faced woman was too deeply poisoned and was probably beyond saving. As soon as Yang Kai appeared, he looked around before flashing directly to Hua Qingxi and the others. "Master." Lu Yan's beautiful eyes became dignified as she looked down at the bottom of the spirit spring and whispered, "I don't know why, but I suddenly have a strange feeling, as if down there. And there is an existence similar to you," Yang Kai replied quickly. "It took a human form?" Lu Yan's tender body trembled, and she seemed a little excited. There weren't many artifact spirits that could take a human form and possess their own intelligence. All such existences were of the same kind, so when she heard that there was an existence similar to her, Lu Yan's emotions fluctuated. She really wanted to know how the other party had taken a human form and how much intelligence it had. "It's very dangerous, so don't provoke it," Yang Kai said as he put Yi Jinghan down and took out a large number of spirit pills from his space ring and stuffed them into his mouth. Asterisk voila. Asterisk another sound rang out as the demonic artifact spirit shot out of the spirit spring after Yang Kai. Its aura was violent and gloomy, and it had turned into a pitch-black figure that was drifting erratically. Only its blood-red eyes were visible. "Hiss! Who is this? It looks so ferocious. Ha ha ha, look at how that fiend is fleeing in a sorry state. It seems like this guy is quite powerful. It would be best if we could quickly kill him." "Exactly. It would be best if we could get that boy surnamed Luo from the octagonal door involved as well. Then we could just sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight." Ha 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 ha. After the demonic artifact spirit appeared, its eyes were still fixed on Yang Kai. It seemed like Yang Kai was the only one it was interested in this world, and it had no interest in anyone else. It raised its hand casually and chopped down fiercely in the direction of Yang Kai. Asterisk chi. Asterisk a pitch-black ray of light, which seemed to have devoured all the light in the world, broke through the shackles of space and struck directly above Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, and he raised his hand slightly, releasing the net of golden blood threads, covering the spirit spring. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk the pitch-black attack slammed into the net, causing the world energy aura to tremble slightly. The net of golden blood threads was unable to withstand such an attack and collapsed. Yang Kai's face turned ugly as he took back all his golden blood threads and swept out with his sword, sending out a huge sword wave to meet the attack. Asterisk Hong Hong Hong. Asterisk the two bursts of energy collided and exploded, creating a strong wind that swept out in all directions, causing everyone to lose their footing. "This guy is too strong." Seeing the means of the demonic artifact spirit, everyone paled, and in the distance, Luo Yuan's eyes narrowed. Yang Kai took out a large number of spirit pills and tossed them into his mouth like they were jelly beans, chewing and swallowing them while vaguely calling out, "Brother Luo, I've found you a decent opponent. Do you want to test his tolerance?" Luo Yuan heard this and coldly snorted. "Not interested, this secret technique has already been successfully cultivated." "Is that so?" Yang Kai shouted. "Then all the more reason to give it a try. It's a good opportunity to test the power of that secret technique." "You're also a scoundrel." The round-faced woman waved her small fist at Yang Kai from a distance and gritted her teeth. "You can't beat him, so you want to drag Brother Luo down with you? Shameless." "What shame? Life is more important, little girl." Yang Kai didn't seem ashamed at all, and instead seemed to be proud of himself, causing everyone to despise him. "Forget it." Yang Kai curled his lips and said unhurriedly, "Since you don't want an emperor artifact, this uncle will do it himself." "What? An emperor artifact? Where is this emperor artifact? Give it to me. I want it, big brother Yang, Uncle Yang." Yang Kai grinned and pointed to the demonic artifact spirit. "All of you have profound cultivations. Can't you see that this guy isn't a living thing? What does little brother Yang mean? Qi Sihai suddenly narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice. Yang Kai smiled and said, "This guy is an emperor artifact." Chapter 2272. What? An emperor artifact has taken human form? As soon as Yang Kai said this, everyone was shocked. Every cultivator looked at the demonic artifact spirit in horror, their eyes gradually flashing with covetousness. What a joke! Just the two words, emperor artifact, were enough to make people drool. And an emperor artifact that could take human form was unheard of. Its value was simply immeasurable. Gudong. Swallowing sounds could be heard as everyone looked at the artifact spirit with fiery and greedy eyes. Many divine senses crisscrossed in this underground space, checking whether the artifact spirit's situation was as Yang Kai said. After a short while, Qi Sihai shouted, "It really is an emperor artifact." He could see the phantom of the demonic war hammer from the artifact spirit's body, and could also clearly feel the emperor intent and emperor aura contained in the artifact spirit's body. It was not something a Dao source realm cultivator could comprehend. It is indeed an emperor artifact. Although Zhou Wu, whose eyes were fiery, there was a strong sense of fear and vigilance in his eyes. But since it has taken human form, I'm afraid it won't be easy to deal with. Everyone, be careful not to get the treasure, and get yourself into trouble instead. Hearing what he said, everyone suddenly felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured over them, and their excited blood gradually cooled down. Yang Kai glanced at him and laughed. If you want to take good things, you naturally have to take risks. Since old sir is so cautious, why don't you retreat now? What are you still doing here? Zhou Wu, who coughed twice and said embarrassedly, "Let's take a look." Yang Kai said, "Although this artifact spirit has taken human form, it has been suppressed under this 18 stars grand array for countless years. It is no longer at its peak. It is impossible for it to exert the full power of an emperor artifact. If anyone wants to seize the treasure, you might as well try it with this Yang. The treasure belongs to the fated." As soon as he finished speaking, he braced himself and unsheathed his myriad sword, sending a rain of swords towards the artifact spirit. Seeing him take the lead, the others could no longer hold back. Although everyone knew that there was a certain risk in dealing with an emperor artifact that had taken human form, few people could remain calm and indifferent in the face of such a huge temptation. All of a sudden, the cultivator from each side activated their source energy. Secret arts and martial skills were unleashed at the same time. Colorful lights filled the underground space. The people from Octagonal Door were also eager to make a move, but Luo Yuan was still standing in place, showing no intention of intervening. He could only anxiously stand where he was and observe the situation. Boom, boom, boom. With a flash of brilliance, dozens of attacks from the Dao Source Realm cultivator bombarded the place where the artifact spirit was located, making it impossible for anyone to see what was going on inside. Even their divine senses were completely devoured. Is it dead? There's no movement at all. Could it be that it's really dead? Everyone craned their necks. He looked at the artifact spirit. His eyes were filled with anticipation and excitement. He widened his eyes and waited for the results. The light gradually dissipated and the chaotic energy slowly calmed down, but the scene that entered everyone's eyes made their hearts sink. The demonic armament spirit stood quietly in place. Although the light on its body was slightly dimmer than before, it did not show any signs of damage. Instead, it was enraged by the joint attacks of the crowd. Its two red eyes were filled with ferocious violence as it viciously scanned the surroundings, as if it wanted to remember everyone's appearance in its heart. Every cultivator that was targeted by it inexplicably felt a chill, as if they had heard the call of death. Hiss! It's actually safe and sound after taking so many attacks. Is this artifact spirit invincible? How can we fight like this? Young Master Yang, the situation seems to be a little different from what you said. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. Did you not use your full strength? This artifact spirit doesn't seem to have high intelligence, and has been suppressed for countless years. It shouldn't be this powerful. Ahem ahem. Everyone looked embarrassed when they heard this. Indeed, No one had used their full strength in that blow just now. They all wanted to save some strength for when the artifact spirit was destroyed, so they could snatch the Emperor artifact. None of them had expected that their attack would end in failure. At this moment, after being exposed by Yang Kai, they all looked a little uncomfortable. Not good, everyone attack. It's going to use its full strength. Yang Kai's face suddenly changed as he shouted. The demonic artifact spirit stretched out its hand and grasped at the void. In an instant, a dark war hammer appeared in its hand. This war hammer was exactly the same as the one Yang Kai had seen in its body before. Obviously, it was this artifact spirit's source artifact. All kinds of complex and mysterious runes flashed on its surface, as if they were alive and contained a profound mystery. An extremely dangerous aura spread out with the appearance of this war hammer. Inexplicably, everyone felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar at this moment, shivering all over. On the other side, Luo Yuan's pupils shrank as he realized the situation was not good. He quickly shouted to the people from Octagonal Door, "All of you retreat." As soon as these words fell, Luo Yuan's figure flickered slightly, and he suddenly appeared above the artifact spirit's head. Forming a series of hand seals, Luo Yuan's source chi surged as he muttered, "Blazing sun golden wheel." A small fiery red sun suddenly formed between his hands, causing the temperature of the ground to rise instantly, causing everyone's skin to heat up. Everyone felt the huge lethality of this secret technique, and turned to look at Luo Yuan with a slightly pale expression. The small sun in Luo Yuan's hands seemed to have fallen from the sky, and smashed directly towards the artifact spirit. Before this attack even arrived, the artifact spirit felt the danger, and its black aura tumbled as it roared again and again. "What the fuck are you all standing around for? Hurry up and attack!" Yang Kai shouted as he rushed in front of the artifact spirit and slashed out with his myriad sword. The other cultivator regained their senses, and once again used their secret techniques and martial skills to attack the artifact spirit. However, this time, they did not dare to hold back and instead went all out, causing the scene to become several times more intense than before. Even if a true master from the Emperor realm was here, they would only be able to escape in the face of such an attack. It was impossible for them to take it head-on. The artifact spirit, however, did not move. It was unknown whether it was because of its lack of consciousness, or because it had great confidence in its own abilities. But before the countless attacks arrived, it raised the war hammer in its hand high up. The war hammer flickered for a moment as the complex runes on it rolled and squirmed. Principal strength surged out, forming an invisible force that covered a radius of several thousand meters around the ground. Immediately after, the artifact's spirit swung the hammer down fiercely. The hammer smashed into the void, shattering the space and creating a pitch-black hole. However, the shockwave seemed to have crossed the barrier of space and hit the chest of every cultivator who attacked. Asterisk pu pu pu. Asterisk under this blow, all the attacks were annihilated. Most of the cultivators turned pale, coughed up blood, and were sent flying backwards. The remaining cultivators also had ugly expressions as their chi and blood surged. Luo Yuan also let out a muffled groan as the burning sun golden wheel collapsed on its own, failing to hurt the artifact spirit in the slightest. The same was true for Yang Kai. Suddenly, an invisible barrier appeared in front of Myriad's sword, preventing him from successfully sending his attack to the artifact spirit. The next moment, a huge force came from the barrier and slammed into him. Asterisk poo. Asterisk Yang Kai coughed up a mouthful of golden blood and was sent flying like a ragged sack. His already bad condition worsened. Asterisk hung long long. Asterisk suddenly, a buzzing sound came from the surroundings, and cracks appeared on the ground and the walls of the cave. Large and small stones fell from above, and the 18 spiritual essences were also affected by the aftershock. All of a sudden, all of them boiled up and erupted together. The impact made the underground space even more unstable, and there were signs of it collapsing at any time. Not good, this place is going to collapse. Run. Little brat surnamed Yang, you incited us to attack. If I die, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Someone shouted as he fled. Yang Kai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and retorted, "Men die for wealth, birds die for food. You make your own choices, and you bear the consequences. Did I incite you? If I tell you to eat shit, will you eat it? Bastard." The man shouted angrily, but he did not dare to stop, and could only flee desperately. The underground space became lively in an instant, as everyone was busy running for their lives. Yang Kai wanted to take Hua Qingxi and the others back into the sealed world bead, but when he saw the artifact's spirit glaring at him, he could only grit his teeth and say, "You go on your own." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flickered, and he rushed off in a certain direction. The artifact's spirit did not give up and chased after him. After a short while, accompanied by a loud buzzing sound, the earth trembled, and a huge pit suddenly appeared in the wilderness 2,000 kilometers away from Maplewood City. The world energy in this pit had turned into liquid and gradually accumulated, the level of the liquid slowly rising, as if it was about to turn into a spirit lake. Asterisk shio shio shio. Asterisk rays of light burst out from the ground, and one by one, the cultivators fled with lingering fear, their faces pale. In a certain direction, Yang Kai and the artifact spirit were chasing after each other as fast as lightning. Ha 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 ha. There was a path to heaven, but you refused to take it. There was no door to hell, but you chose to throw yourself into it. Left and right protectors, listen to my order, capture this brat for me. This young master will teach him how to behave properly. Suddenly, there was a burst of arrogant laughter in front of them. Yang Kai fixed his eyes and saw three figures standing there. These three were Ning Yuanshu, Gao Shan, and Lu Shui of Flying Saint Palace. Obviously, they had been staying here and had not left, but perhaps because they were wary of Luo Yuan, they did not go deep into the underground spirit spring, and had been wandering around outside. At this moment, seeing Yang Kai, Ning Yuanshu was overjoyed. When he gave the order, his face was ferocious, and his eyes were full of resentment and hatred. Just now, Yang Kai had slapped his face in front of everyone, which made Ning Yuanshu view it as the greatest humiliation of his life. He secretly swore that he would definitely get his revenge. He was worried that he would not be able to find Yang Kai, but who would have thought that he would walk right into his trap? Gao Shan and Lu Shui had suffered a loss at Luo Yuan's hands, but that did not mean that they could not even capture Yang Kai. Ning Yuanshu was very confident in the strength of the two old men. "Boy, you heard what the young palace master said. If you know what's good for you, come here obediently. This old master does not want to attack you, lest he be accused of bullying the weak." Gao Shan looked at Yang Kai coldly. Lu Shui also said, "Yes, boy, surrender yourself. The strength of these two old masters is not something you can compete with. If you resist, you will only suffer in vain." Chapter 2273. Why are you talking nonsense with him? Hurry up and take him down. This young master wants him to taste all the torture in the world. I want to tear him to pieces to vent the hatred in my heart. Ning Yuanshu shouted with a ferocious expression. Hearing this, Gao Shan and Lu Shui's expressions turned solemn, as the power in their bodies surged. "Two elders, please wait. This kid is coming." Yang Kai's face was filled with a joyful smile as he waved at Gao Shan and Lu Shui while quickly flying towards them. Gao Shan and Lu Shui froze in place, while Ning Yuanshu was also at a loss. He didn't know what was wrong with Yang Kai. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't Yang Kai be running away at this moment? But he actually took the initiative to deliver himself to them with such a joyful expression, as if he had finally seen his loved ones after a difficult time, which was very puzzling. "Two elders, be careful of his tricks." Ning Yuanshu coldly snorted and reminded them in a low voice. Gao Shan and Lu Shui nodded and said, "Young palace master, don't worry. This kid is not as strong as Luo Yuan. He won't be able to make any waves in our hands." "That's for the best." After a short while, Yang Kai's figure flickered, and he directly appeared in front of the three of them, grinning at them. Ning Yuanshu seemed to be afraid of Yang Kai just now. Seeing this, his pupils shrank, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back to distance himself from Yang Kai. This junior greets the two seniors. Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists, then immediately looked at Ning Yuanshu and said, "Young Palace Master, there was a little misunderstanding between us just now. How about we drink a cup of wine and bury the hatchet? We will still be good friends in the future." Good friends? Ning Yuanshu glared at Yang Kai with a ferocious expression, his cheeks swollen. While speaking, he also put his face in front of Yang Kai and said, "Look at me. Do you think this young master can still be good friends with you?" Yang Kai leaned back slightly, turned his face away, and said with a look of disgust, "Young Palace Master, if you have something to say, why are you putting your face in front of me? This young is timid, don't scare me." Ning Yuanshu was furious. He roared, "Isn't this your masterpiece?" All right. Yang Kai waved his hand to interrupt his clamor, and looked at Gao Shan and Lu Shui with a smile. "Two elders, this kid has surrendered, right?" Gao Shan pondered for a moment before nodding. "At least you know what's good for you." Flowing Water continued. "A wise man submits to circumstances. Kid, your future is limitless." Ha. Yang Kai grinned and said, "Then the two of you will be responsible for protecting this kid's safety. This kid is now considered one of your captives." "Protect your safety?" Gao Shan frowned. "What do you mean?" Flowing Water was also confused. However, the two of them soon understood what it meant. In the void, a figure flashed by as the weapon spirit chased after him. Standing a few dozen feet away from them, he gripped the demonic war hammer and stared darkly at Yang Kai. "Is this aura?" Gao Shan was startled as he stared at the artifact spirit. Flowing Water's expression also became solemn as he shouted in a low voice, "Demonic Qi." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Two elders really have sharp eyes. This guy's aura is indeed demonic Qi. Instead, it is the purest, ancient demonic Qi. How is that possible?" Gao Shan and Flowing Water's eyes widened in an instant as they stared at Yang Kai with a look of, "You're kidding me." Yang Kai sternly said, "Kid is not in the mood to joke with two elders." Gao Shan said, "No wonder it feels a little different from ordinary demonic Qi. But how can there be ancient demonic Qi here?" Flowing Water also had a puzzled look. Yang Kai said, "Two elders, can't you see that he is not a living thing, but an artifact spirit? Look at the hammer in his hand. That is an ancient emperor artifact." "What?" Gao Shan and Flowing Water trembled once, twice, thrice as they stared at the demonic war hammer in horror. Gradually, a look of fanatical greed flashed across their faces. Yang Kai struck while the iron was hot. "Two elders have profound cultivations. Your strength is extraordinary, but you have been trapped at the peak of the Dao Source realm for countless years. The heavens are really jealous of your talents. If you can obtain this emperor artifact and comprehend the mysteries of the great Dao, you may be able to take a step further and break through the shackles of the emperor realm. You may even become an overlord in the future. No matter how eloquent you are." Gao Shan turned his head and glanced coldly at Yang Kai. "This old master is inevitably tempted." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Treasures belong to those who are fated to obtain them. The group of trash below can't do anything to this artifact spirit. Only two elders have the strength to subdue it. As long as you can erase its consciousness, this emperor artifact will belong to you. You too can do it. I have high hopes for you." After saying so, he leaped back a few dozen meters, clenched his fist, and shook it up and down, as if he was cheering for Gao Shan and Flowing Water. Gudong! Both Gao Shan and Flowing Water swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Although they knew that this artifact spirit was definitely not to be trifled with, how could they not be tempted with such a precious treasure in front of them? Looking at each other, the two shouted in unison, "Do it!" As soon as the words fell, a light flashed in Gao Shan's hand, and the ancient zither artifact appeared. He sat cross-legged in the air, and placed the zither across his knees. When his 10 fingers plucked the strings, a tinkling sound suddenly rang out. Flowing Water also took out his flute, and placed it under his lips, blowing it slowly. Two completely different tunes resounded through the world in an instant. They contained the great Tao, and perfectly complemented each other, forming an impact visible to the naked eye that enveloped the artifact spirit. Yang Kai was not far away, so he wasn't targeted, but after hearing this voice, he suddenly felt his divine sense become somewhat dazed. It was as if this voice had a life of its own, and was actively drilling into his ears, transforming into a strange force that affected his mind. Yang Kai's heart trembled as he silently circulated his secret art to resist the sound attack. On the other side, the artifact's spirit was the first to bear the brunt of the two old men's sound attack. And the impact it suffered was even more significant. Although it had taken human form, it did not have much intelligence. Strictly speaking, the sound attack of Gao Shan and flowing water could be considered a spiritual energy attack, which was precisely the right medicine to restrain the artifact's spirit. Therefore, as soon as the tune was played, the crimson light in the artifact's spirit's eyes flickered, and the demonic chi on its body was constantly tumbling, as if it had been greatly affected. The war hammer in its hand also did not fall for a long time. Seeing this scene, Gao Shan and flowing water were overjoyed and worked even harder to urge their divine technique, seemingly wanting to take down the artifact's spirit in one fell swoop. Ning Yuanshu was also watching intently, secretly excited, praying that Gao Shan and flowing water would succeed as soon as possible. If the two old men could succeed, then this war hammer would definitely be brought back to Flying Saint Palace. This ancient emperor artifact definitely contained great secrets. If his father could comprehend and refine it, it would definitely greatly increase his strength. At that time, the status of Flying Saint Palace would also rise, and his status would also rise. How could he not be excited? On the other side, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, seizing every moment to restore his strength. At this moment, Gao Shan and flowing water were restraining the artifact's spirit, so he naturally had to seize such a good opportunity. Although this artifact's spirit was ferocious, it was not impossible to restrain it. Yang Kai had just consumed too much of his strength in collecting the source crystal load, so he was powerless. As long as he was given a little time to recover, he would be able to teach this artifact's spirit a lesson. In the wilderness, the sound of the ancient zither and flute rang out, fluctuating up and down, creating a wonderful sound. Along with the ups and downs of the tune, energy constantly converged and rushed towards the artifact's spirit, causing the light on its body to flicker wildly. The cultivator that had escaped from underground was also attracted by the movement here, and gradually came over to watch from a distance. Seeing this situation, Gao Shan and flowing water's faces couldn't help sinking, lest they end up benefiting someone else, especially when they saw Luo Yuan among the crowd. Both of them became even more nervous. The previous battle with Luo Yuan was, to put it nicely, a draw, but in fact, both of them had suffered a crushing defeat. After all, the two old men had joined forces while Luo Yuan was only one person. A rising star being able to suppress the two old men and force them to flee was already an obvious victory. With such misgivings in their hearts, the two old men exchanged a glance and immediately understood each other's intentions. In the next moment, the rhythm of the tune changed abruptly, suddenly becoming like a powerful army. As the sound changed, the shockwaves visible to the naked eye actually transformed into thousands of soldiers and horses that rumbled towards the artifact's spirit. As the sound waves raged, the heavens and earth lost all color. Roar! At this moment, the artifact's spirit, who seemed to be suppressed by the sound waves, suddenly roared. Its flickering red eyes suddenly stabilized, and an unimaginably violent aura surged from it. The war hammer in its hand that had been raised high suddenly fell down. In an instant, the wind and clouds suddenly changed, and the demonic energy in the sky surged, and was pulled by the war hammer into a vortex that poured down like a funnel. Kong star. When the war hammer hit the void, the space around it shattered like a mirror, and a halo of light spread out like a sharp blade, cutting through the thousands of soldiers and horses formed by the sound waves. The sound waves dissipated like paper paste. The zither in Gao Shan's hand let out a clanging sound as the strings broke. Flowing water's flute also let out a cracking sound as several cracks appeared on it. Not good. The two old men's complexion changed wildly as they hurriedly tried to resist. However, under the impact of the sound waves, the two old men's strength was like a small boat in a stormy sea, capsizing in an instant. *pu. The two coughed up blood at the same time, and their auras instantly withered. Two elders. Ning Yuanshu screamed in horror, his eyes trembling. Waste. Kai Yang scolded, he was simply too angry. He had hoped that Gao Shan and Lu Shui would be able to buy him a little time, so that he could have a chance to recover. But he did not expect that these two old fellows would be so useless. They only lasted less than 30 breaths in front of the artifact spirit before being defeated. Not only that, both of their artifacts were damaged. The two old men had suffered a huge loss in this battle, and would need at least 10 or 20 years to recover. The two old men's approach obviously angered the artifact spirit. After breaking free from the shackles of the sound waves, the artifact spirit raised its war hammer again. The runes on the war hammer surged, and a black light spread out leisurely, as if it had turned into a black hole that could swallow the heaven-devouring great emperor. A bad feeling welled up in everyone's heart. Chapter 2274. The black hole was extremely tiny at the beginning, but in the blink of an eye, it actually expanded with a bang, and it seemed as if it intended to swallow the heavens and the earth. It caused others to be unable to help, but have the illusion that the end of the world had arrived. Darkness descended, and the whole world was so dark that they couldn't even see their own fingers. In the boundless darkness, something seemed to be rapidly growing. Gao Shan and Lu Shui were the first to bear the brunt. They felt all kinds of dark emotions surging up from the depths of their hearts, causing their eyes to tremble and emit an extremely evil light. The darkness seemed to be able to devour people's minds and make them fall into the demonic path forever. Not good. Gao Shan suddenly shouted, biting the tip of his tongue and spitting out a mouthful of blood essence. He forced himself to suppress the dark thoughts in his body and bitterly held on. Lu Shui did the same, but their expressions were extremely ugly. They were afraid that they wouldn't be able to hold on for long under this divine technique, before their minds would be demonized, and they would become demons. At this moment of crisis, a deep and solemn voice suddenly resounded in the world. The voice was profound and mysterious, seeming far and near at the same time, ethereal and untraceable. At the same time, a ray of light suddenly bloomed from the darkness. The light shrouded a figure that was quietly floating in the air. The figure was making hand seals and muttering some unknown incantation. All the cultivator who heard the incantation felt as if an invisible hand had brushed past their minds, cleansing the surging darkness and making their minds clear again. It's her. Yang Kai stood not far away with a strange expression, looking at the figure in the sky that was emitting a faint light. Unexpectedly, he found out. This person turned out to be Yi Jinghan. He didn't know what divine technique she had used, but it had a great effect of calming the mind and pulling many cultivator back from the edge of the sea of suffering. After everyone came back to their senses, they didn't dare to stay in the same place. They used their movement skills to escape from the darkness. Gao Shan and Lu Shui saw a glimmer of hope and quickly fled. Before leaving, he didn't forget to bring Ning Yuanshu along. Yi Jinghan's cultivation was only at the second-order Dao source realm, so even if the divine technique she cultivated had the ability to restrain the darkness, she couldn't maintain it for a long time. So after 10 breaths, her pretty face turned pale, and the light radiating from her body was instantly extinguished. But it seemed like she had exhausted all her strength and was unable to escape. She fell diagonally from the sky and was about to die. At this critical moment, Hua Qingxi tossed out a red caltrip and wrapped it around her. She pulled Yi Jinghan out of the darkness, and together with Lu Yan, she brought her and Zhang Ruoxi away. He fled without looking back. Seeing this situation, how could Yang Kai hesitate? Turning around, he teleported away with the support of a secret space technique. He could no longer count on any of the cultivators here. He could only rely on himself. The most important thing now was to recover his strength as soon as possible. Not long after Yang Kai left, the artifact spirit put away the warhammer, and the darkness dissipated. He looked around and saw that it was empty. There wasn't a single person in sight. But soon, he locked his gaze in the direction Yang Kai had fled. Carrying the warhammer, His figure flickered and he chased after him. Clear Jade Mountain was only about 10,000 kilometers away from Maplewood City. Once, the divine spirit Wan Feng appeared here and burned a large area of the mountain forest with its world-extinguishing black flames. The person who spoke saw that Yang Kai was young and thought that his cultivation wasn't very high, so he didn't take him seriously. Yang Kai glanced at that person and smiled. I said it very clearly. Also, I was advising everyone for their own good. Boy, you probably want to monopolize this divine fire, don't you? An old man looked at Yang Kai coldly and said, Young man, you need to know that making things convenient for others is the same as making things convenient for yourself. This divine flame covers an area of 100 kilometers, so you can just find a place to sit down and comprehend its mysteries. Why do you have to provoke everyone's anger? Even if your strength is good, you should know that 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. This old master advises you to restrain yourself and stop talking nonsense. Yang Kai sweated profusely and said, I don't want to comprehend the mysteries of this divine fire. It's just that danger is really coming. If you don't leave now, it will be too late. What danger? A tall and burly First-Order Dao Source Realm cultivator coldly snorted. Yang Kai had never seen this guy before, so he didn't know whether he was a foreign cultivator or not. However, there had been a lot of foreign cultivators appearing in Maplewood City recently, so it wasn't surprising. The man angrily shouted, Little brat, don't try to frighten me with your alarmist words, otherwise don't blame me for being impolite. Yang Kai's expression changed when he heard this. He frowned and probed for a moment before smiling bitterly. All right, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for you to leave now. What? Boy, you dare threaten us? Believe it or not, I'll skin you alive. Outrageous, this boy doesn't put us in his eyes, we have to teach him a lesson. Just as everyone was shouting angrily, a whistling sound suddenly rang out, and the figure of the artifact spirit appeared not far away. Everyone was stunned and looked at the artifact spirit suspiciously. After sensing the violent and evil aura coming from the artifact spirit's body, everyone paled, knowing that what Yang Kai said was true. Run! Why are you still sitting here like idiots? You're courting death! Yang Kai shouted. As soon as he said this, everyone's expression changed greatly. The artifact spirit didn't look like a guy to be trifled with, and his aura was almost comparable to the Emperor realm. No one dared to hesitate and got up one after another, using their movement techniques to flee in all directions. The artifact spirit turned a deaf ear to them, as if he wasn't interested in anyone. He just stood there and looked at Yang Kai, his scarlet eyes glowing with an evil light. In a short while, all the cultivator who had been comprehending the mysteries of the black flame had left. Yang Kai grinned at the artifact spirit and said, I'm curious, how much intelligence do you have? As he said this, he raised a finger and said, Do you know how many fingers this is? The artifact spirit was indifferent. Yang Kai laughed and said, This is too idiot. As soon as he said this, the artifact spirit raised the war hammer in his hand. Seeing this, Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. His figure flickered, and he directly rushed to the safe zone surrounded by the black flame, laughing wildly and saying, Come and hit me if you have the guts. Perhaps he was provoked by Yang Kai, but as soon as Yang Kai's voice fell, the artifact spirit's figure flickered and rushed towards him. However, as soon as he stepped into the black flame, the artifact spirit seemed to have been stung by something and retreated abruptly. His pitch-black body was suddenly stained with a few small clusters of black flames. Although the flames were small, they burned fiercely and didn't die down for a long time. The Luanfeng's black flame burned everything in the world. Even an emperor-grade artifact would be melted into molten iron if placed in it. However, the black flame here had been burning for a long time, and without the support of the Luanfeng's body, its power was much weaker. Even so, it wouldn't be so easy to extinguish it. The artifact spirit seemed to be aware of the danger, and kept urging his strength to extinguish the flames. But he was unable to do so, and his mood slowly became irritable. He raised the demonic war hammer and swung it at himself. With this blow, a buzzing sound rang out, and the power of the artifact spirit's aura fluctuated wildly. Yang Kai's eyes shrank and he said in horror, "So ruthless." Although the artifact spirit was born from the demonic war hammer, hitting his own body like this could lead to some unpredictable consequences if he wasn't careful. The artifact spirit was obviously not intelligent enough and was just doing it casually. But this time, it actually had a miraculous effect. The flames from the black war hammer seemed to have dimmed a lot. Seeing this, the artifact spirit tilted his head and thought for a while, as if he had found a good way. Then he picked up the war hammer and kept hitting the burning places on his body. Yang Kai looked on coldly and felt that he would probably be busy for a while. So he immediately calmed down and coldly snorted, "Have fun. This young master will teach you how to behave." Chapter 2275. After saying so, Yang Kai closed his eyes and concentrated, seizing every moment to restore his strength. He had swallowed a lot of spirit pills earlier, so the medicinal efficacies had condensed in his flesh and meridians, causing his source chi to show signs of being blocked. What he needed to do now was to completely dissolve the medicinal efficacies and guide them into every part of his body. The artifact spirit was still outside the range of the black flames, constantly pounding its body with its war hammer as it busied itself. Time passed slowly, and after an hour, the artifact spirit barely managed to extinguish the small flames on its body. However, after experiencing the scene just now, the artifact spirit seemed to have realized that the black flames were not to be trifled with, and did not dare to rush in again. It just stood outside and roared constantly, anxiously trying to provoke Yang Kai. Yang Kai did not pay any attention to it, and simply sat cross-legged in meditation, adjusting his strength. After another hour, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, and his expression was no longer weak and tired as before. Instead, his eyes were shining brightly. He stood up and grinned at the artifact spirit. "You're dead." Roar. The artifact spirit roared angrily. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he directly teleported out of the area covered by the black flames. The next moment, he rushed in front of the artifact spirit, his eyes shining like stars as he stared directly into the artifact spirit's scarlet eyes. "Look at me," Yang Kai shouted in a low voice. It was unknown whether the artifact spirit could understand him, but it instinctively raised its head and stared at Yang Kai. When their eyes met, Yang Kai's left eye flickered with a golden light as he activated his demon eye of annihilation. A soul-absorbing and soul-stabilizing force surged out and suppressed the artifact spirit. The artifact spirit's expression froze. The next moment, the phantom image of a war blade suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's eyes. In a flash, it floated in the knowledge sea of the artifact spirit. This war blade was less than a meter long and was exquisitely carved, with dragons and phoenixes carved into its hilt. It exuded a powerful aura. The soul-splitting blade. This was the first time Yang Kai had used this emperor artifact after refining it. The artifact spirit was an emperor artifact after all. So Yang Kai did not dare to be careless, so he immediately used his strongest attack. The soul-splitting blade buzzed incessantly. A halo spread out from the blade, and countless complicated and arcane runes wrapped around the blade. Yang Kai shouted, "Heaven-shattering slash." As soon as he finished speaking, the soul-splitting blade. Roar. The artifact spirit seemed to have suffered a great deal of damage. It roared in pain, and its entire body became illusory, as if it would collapse at any moment. The heaven-shattering slash was a soul-secret technique that Yang Kai had learned from Tianyan. During this period of time, he had been using this secret technique to refine the soul-splitting saber whenever he had the time. However, it was also because Yang Kai's cultivation was too low, and because he had only refined it for a short period of time. He hadn't completely refined the soul-severing blade, so there was still a lot of room for improvement. Under this blow, the artifact spirit stumbled back, without the slightest strength to resist. The light on its body dimmed, showing signs of collapsing. On the contrary, he became even more ferocious. He raised the war hammer in his hand high, and smashed it down at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, and he cursed inwardly. In a moment of desperation, A snow-white lotus bud appeared in his left eye. Blossoming lotus. The flower bud disappeared in a flash and appeared in the artifact spirit's knowledge sea, slowly blooming with his spiritual energy as the source. With 2 soul secret techniques and a soul emperor artifact, Yang Kai almost used all his trump cards to make the artifact spirit's movements stiffen. In his left eye, a stream of golden blood slowly flowed down. As the lotus flower gradually bloomed, the light on the artifact spirit's body became dimmer and dimmer, and in the blink of an eye, it became transparent. Soon, only the illusory image of the lotus flower was left where the artifact spirit was originally. After it fully bloomed, it exploded with a bang, leaving only the war hammer in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai gasped for breath, his face pale and bloodless, but before he could do anything, the war hammer flickered slightly and tried to escape. "It's not dead yet," Yang Kai exclaimed. This artifact spirit had taken 2 of his soul secret techniques in a row, but had not been killed on the spot. Its tenacity was beyond his expectations. But that was it. Seeing that the war hammer was about to escape, Yang Kai directly threw out the sealed world bead and formed a series of hand seals. Under the influence of space principles, a void crack suddenly appeared on the surface of the sealed world bead. "Stop him!" Yang Kai roared. From the void crack, a giant arm suddenly stretched out. It was the arm of the embodiment. The embodiment spread its 5 fingers and pressed down like a mountain, sealing the space around it and making it impossible for the war hammer to escape. Immediately, he stretched out his hand and grasped the war hammer in the palm of his hand before taking it back into the sealed world bead. The void crack also gradually disappeared. Yang Kai fell to the ground, feeling unwell all over his body. The little bit of strength he had managed to recover with great difficulty had been exhausted once again. His eyes were filled with stars, and when he tried to stand up, he fell to the ground again. A fragrant wind blew over and supported his body. Yang Kai turned his head with difficulty and saw Lu Yan's face at once. "Master, are you okay?" Lu Yan asked nervously. Yang Kai shook his head with difficulty and turned his head to look around. When he found that Hua Qingxi had also followed him, he immediately understood that the 2 of them should have arrived a long time ago, but had been hiding in the distance. After noticing the situation here, they showed up to help. However, they did not expect that the battle here would end so quickly. In fact, if Yang Kai had not consumed too much of his strength to collect the source crystal load, he would not have been entangled with the artifact spirit for so long. Although the artifact spirit was an emperor artifact, it was restrained by soul attacks. Yang Kai's soul secret technique was extremely powerful, so as long as he recovered enough spiritual energy, it would not be difficult for him to deal with the artifact spirit. "I'm fine." Yang Kai shook his head and asked weakly, "Where is Ruoxi?" Lu Yan said, "It's too dangerous here." This servant asked her to follow that woman named Yi Jinghan. Yang Kai nodded. "That's good. I'll recover first. Lu Yan, try to absorb the Luanfeng's black flames. If you can, it will be of great benefit to your growth." This servant had the same idea. Lu Yan's beautiful eyes flashed with a fiery light as she stared at the world-extinguishing black flames that covered a radius of 100 kilometers, as if she had seen some delicious food, licking her lips with her scarlet tongue. Yang Kai then looked at Hua Qingxi and said, "Sister Hua, I'll leave the sealed world bead to you." "He's calling me Sister Hua." Hua Qingxi heard Yang Kai call her this for the first time, and couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. By the time she reacted, Yang Kai had already flashed into the sealed world bead, while the sealed world bead flew towards her. "Smelly brat, you're just pretending to be young." Hua Qingxi curled her lips, dissatisfied with Yang Kai's way of addressing her. But soon her attention was attracted by the sealed world bead, and she examined it carefully. Although she had been staying in the sealed world bead for a long time, this was the first time she had seen the true form of the sealed world bead, so she couldn't help feeling curious. She wondered which almighty master possessed such a divine technique to refine an entire world into a bead. Soon, she put her dissatisfaction to the back of her mind and began studying it with great interest. After all, This was an emperor artifact, so if she could see a trace of its mysteries, it would be of great help to her growth. She secretly guessed that the reason why Yang Kai was so proficient in the Tao of Space was because he had comprehended the mysteries of the sealed world bead. In fact, she was wrong. Yang Kai cultivated the Tao of Space before obtaining the sealed world bead. It was because he cultivated the Tao of Space that Yang Yen gave the sealed world bead to Yang Kai. If it weren't for this, Yang Kai probably wouldn't have had a share in the sealed world bead. However, Yang Kai did comprehend many mysteries of space principles from the sealed world bead. Inside the sealed world bead, Yang Kai leisurely appeared and was stunned for a moment before exclaiming, "The world energy aura here is so rich." Only now did he realize that the world energy aura in the sealed world bead was 5 or 6 times richer than before. A buzzing laughter sounded. "Where do you think the world energy you absorbed from the spirit spring went?" Yang Kai glanced at the embodiment and chuckled. "It's just that I didn't expect so much world energy to be absorbed here. The cultivation environment here is probably not inferior to the cultivation holy lands of first-rate sects." The embodiment nodded and said, "It's not bad, but the world energy here is like water without a source, a tree without roots. If it isn't replenished, it will be exhausted one day." Yang Kai sighed. The world principles of the sealed world bead are not perfect. Although it is a world of its own, if you want it to produce world energy on its own, you still need to find a way to make it evolve the world principles. Saying so, he looked up at the embodiment and narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean by leaning against this source crystal lode?" The embodiment sat down next to the source crystal lode with a solemn expression, forming a seal with one hand and holding the demonic war hammer with the other. "I'm cultivating the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique." Yang Kai's mouth twitched. This source crystal lode only produces mid-rank and high-rank source crystals. You should use them sparingly. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique could devour everything in the world. The embodiment could even devour the flesh and blood essence of a cultivator and turn it into the source of his own strength, let alone this source crystal lode. Under the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique, a steady stream of world energy from the source crystal lode rushed into the embodiment's body, like thousands of streams returning to the sea. The embodiment said, "Don't worry, I have divided this mountain into 2. The other half is for you to use." Yang Kai nodded. "That would be for the best. If you have time, break the other half for me. Who knows, maybe one day I'll need source crystals. I'll recover first. I'll tell you the details later." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai's figure flashed and appeared near the medicine garden, sitting down cross-legged. There was an immortal tree in the medicine garden, so its vitality was abundant. Although he was not seriously injured before, he had consumed too much of his strength. With the immortal tree's vitality replenishment, he could recover faster. With a thought, the world energy in the sealed world bead converged towards the place where Yang Kai was sitting. In an instant, the world energy around him showed signs of condensing into a liquid. Yang Kai opened his mind and body, circulating his secret art, and absorbing the world energy to his heart's content. His aura calmed down quickly, and his strength was quickly restored. Chapter 2276. Half an hour later, Yang Kai was full of energy again. His face was ruddy and his eyes were bright. He was no longer as weak and disheveled as before. Yang Kai stopped his secret art and reappeared in front of the embodiment in a flash. The huge embodiment seemed to have sensed something and opened its eyes to look at Yang Kai. Looking at each other, Yang Kai said, "The artifact's spirit doesn't seem to have been completely erased. There is still a trace of its soul hiding in the war hammer. Be careful." The embodiment grinned and spread his fingers. "Are you talking about this?" Yang Kai fixed his eyes and saw a mass of black chi condensing in the embodiment's palm. It seemed to have a mind of its own, trying to escape from his control. However, this was the small sealed world. The embodiment and Yang Kai's divine sense were connected. With a single thought, he could use the small sealed world's principles. So how could the black chi escape? Although it was held in the palm of his hand, it was suppressed and locked down by the surrounding world. like a beast trapped in a cage. Did you force it out? Yang Kai showed a surprised look. The embodiment shook his head. It escaped by itself. What happened? Yang Kai's eyes widened. The embodiment chuckled. It probably sensed danger. Yang Kai was stunned. What did you do? It's nothing. The embodiment patted his stomach and said casually, I just ate the war hammer. Upon hearing this, Yang Kai's mouth twitched and he wailed. Will there be a problem? That's an ancient demonic artifact, an emperor artifact. If you rashly swallow it, it will be harmful to your body. The heaven-devouring great emperor's secret art can devour anything. What's a trivial demon weapon? The embodiment smiled proudly. You haven't cultivated this secret art, so you don't know its mysteries. But don't worry, since I dared to do this, I naturally have a certain degree of confidence. Not to mention the spirit of the demon weapon. If I'm stronger, I'll be able to devour the demonic spirit sealed in your body. I can also devour it. Yang Kai's body shook and he exclaimed, Is that possible? Then wouldn't this cultivation method be invincible? The practicing body laughed and said, Probably only this body of mine can do it. If you practice it, you will definitely fail. Although your body is strong enough, it can't withstand the pollution of the pure demonic qi. If you practice the combat technique of the heaven-devouring great emperor, I'm afraid it won't be long before you lose your mind and become a killing machine. Yang Kai nodded and said, I understand. That old fart Wu Mengshan is really up to no good. But I don't know why he taught me this secret art. What is his goal? The embodiment said, I'm afraid he didn't expect you to be able to resist the temptation to cultivate this technique and hand it over to me. Yang Kai was indifferent for a while before he replied, If it weren't for you, I might have really tried to cultivate. After all, the reputation of the heaven-devouring great emperor is too great. I'm afraid no one can resist this temptation. At this point, Yang Kai waved his hand and said, Forget it. You can refine and devour it. If you can really refine this demonic battle weapon, it will be of great benefit to you. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai's figure flickered, and he left the small sealed world bead and reappeared in clear Jade Mountain. Looking around, Hua Qingxi was sitting cross-legged on the ground with her back against a big tree, studying the sealed world bead in her hand with great interest. Yang Kai glanced at her and saw that she didn't seem to have any intention of returning to her senses, so he stretched out his hand and took back the sealed world bead. Looking around, he asked in amazement, Where's Lu Yen? He didn't find any trace of Lu Yen, and even the Luanfeng black flames that originally covered an area of 100 miles had disappeared. She went back. Hua Qingxi got up and replied. Yang Kai was taken aback for a moment, but with a sweep of his divine sense, he found traces of Lu Yen somewhere in the sealed world bead. But at this moment, she was surrounded by black flames and was circulating her secret art with difficulty to refine it. He didn't know when she returned to the small sealed world bead, but it should be the embodiment who took her back. However, to Yang Kai's surprise, Lu Yen only took a little time to absorb the Luanfeng black flames, but looking at her posture, it would take a little more time to refine them all. You come back too. I still have things to do, Yang Kai said and put Hua Qingxi back into the sealed world bead, then took out a communication artifact and sent a message to Qin Shuang to take care of Zhang Ruoxi while rushing back. According to Hua Qingxi, Zhang Ruoxi was now with a woman named Yi Jinghan, and although Yang Kai didn't think that Yi Jinghan was a bad person, it was still better to entrust her to someone he knew to take care of her. After receiving a response from Qin Chaoyang, Yang Kai put away the communication artifact and used space principles to travel 100 kilometers in an instant. After a short while, he returned to the place where the 18 spirit springs had been. Looking around, Yang Kai found that the terrain of this place had undergone earth-shaking changes due to the previous battle, and the most obvious change was the appearance of a spirit lake that covered an area of about 10,000 meters on the battlefield. Previously, the artifact's spirit had smashed down with its hammer, causing the underground space to collapse, directly causing a huge crater to appear here. Then, the spirit liquid below the 18 spirit springs surged out and filled the crater, gradually converging into a lake. This was a real spirit lake, and the sparkling water in the lake was all liquefied world energy. In just a few short hours, the lake was already overflowing. The overflowing lake water spread in all directions, turning into pure and dense spirit chi of heaven and earth, filling this space. Countless cultivators gathered around the spirit lake, all of them looking excited. These people had obviously rushed over from Maplewood City. By the time Yang Kai arrived, the lake was already crowded with cultivators. Each cultivator occupied a space, seizing the time to circulate their secret arts and absorb the pure world energy in this place. The closer to the center of the lake, the stronger the cultivator's cultivation. The Tao Source Realm cultivator basically occupied the central position. Gathered around the lake were some Origin Returning Realm and Origin King Realm cultivator. From time to time, there would be people fighting over a piece of land. Looking at the scene here, Yang Kai understood that this place would definitely become a cultivation holy land in the entire Southern Territory, and even the star boundary. Sooner or later, it would be controlled by the top forces. Once that happened, it would be impossible for an ordinary cultivator to enter. At the very least, they would have to pay a certain price. Yang Kai was not the only one who could see this point. Basically, all the Tao Source Realm cultivators understood this, and knew that this opportunity would not come again. Therefore, they were seizing the time to cultivate here as much as possible. If nothing unexpected happened, the news of the Spirit Lake appearing in Maplewood City would have already spread to the various sects. At most, it would take 3 days. Masters from the Emperor Realm would arrive here and take over the Spirit Lake. Yang Kai saw the Tao Source Realm cultivator from before, as well as Qin Chaoyang and the others. Zhang Ruoxi and Yi Jinghan were together with Qin Chaoyang and the others, occupying a good spot in the middle of the Spirit Lake. Yang Kai did not greet them. Instead, he quietly found a spot and dived down. There were also many cultivators cultivating under the lake. Yang Kai used his Nihility secret technique to conceal his aura and vitality fluctuations. Under the rich world energy, it was impossible to detect Yang Kai's existence unless one observed closely with their eyes. He went all the way down and came to the place where the 18 spirit springs were previously. There was no one here. Perhaps it was because the demonic war hammer had taken shape, so everyone was very wary of the bottom. They did not dare to go too deep. They were afraid of encountering danger. Yang Kai was happy to see this. He released his divine sense and found the center of the 18 spirit springs. Then, he took out the sealed world bead and opened a gap in the small sealed world. He allowed the spirit liquid to flow into the sealed world bead while he sat cross-legged and consolidated his second-order Tao Source Realm cultivation. Because the world principles in the small sealed world were not perfect, it was impossible to derive its own world energy, so it was impossible to maintain such a good cultivation environment. It could only be replenished from the outside world. Naturally, this was the best time to replenish it. Yang Kai did not have much time before the masters from the Emperor Realm arrived. Once the masters from the Emperor Realm arrived, he would not be able to collect world energy like this. Gradually, Yang Kai entered a meditative state. His mind was clear, and he was not disturbed by external things. At the same time, the cultivator cultivating around the Spirit Lake discovered a bizarre scene. This lake, why isn't it spreading outwards? It's true. Not only is it not spreading, but it's also slowly falling. Could it be that this Spirit Lake is just a flash in the pan and will disappear in a few days? Shut your mouth. It's not easy for such a cultivation holy land to appear in Maplewood City. How could it disappear so easily? It's just a normal phenomenon for the lake water to fall. It will stabilize soon. Although many cultivators noticed the abnormality, they did not know the reason. Even those Tao Source Realm masters could not figure out why. However, such a good opportunity to cultivate was obviously not the time to investigate all of this. So, the lake only stirred for a while before it calmed down again. Thousands of people gathered here. The closer to the periphery, the more people there were. There were even more cultivators who heard the news from Maplewood City and rushed here to join the cultivation army. The scene was spectacular. Normally, With so many cultivator cultivating together, the world energy would definitely not be sufficient. But now the world energy was so dense that it formed a lake. Even if hundreds of thousands of people came, it would be impossible to absorb all the world energy. Time passed slowly. From time to time, a cultivator would break through. Every time this happened, the nearby cultivator who was disturbed would look at the person who broke through in dissatisfaction and curse. If a cultivator sensed the aura of a breakthrough, they would consciously leave this place and go to the outermost area to find a suitable place to welcome the baptism of world energy. The entire Spirit Lake, and even the entire Maplewood City, was in a frenzy of breakthroughs. A jubilant atmosphere shrouded this 100,000-kilometer radius. Time passed slowly, and after a full 3 days, Yang Kai, who was meditating at the bottom of the lake, suddenly felt something and opened his eyes. Sighing slightly, he muttered to himself in dissatisfaction, "Why did they come so quickly?" Saying so, he formed a seal with both hands and put away the sealed world bead. His figure flickered, and he directly arrived above the Spirit Lake. Chapter 2277. The moment Yang Kai appeared, several figures suddenly appeared above the Spirit Lake, accompanied by a series of swishing sounds. These people stood high up in the air and did not deliberately release their auras, but when they appeared, all the cultivators who were cultivating here were shocked and turned to look at them. After seeing the faces of these people, the sound of gasps could be heard. Azure Sun Temple's Gao Shueting, Heavenly Martial Holy Lands Chen Wenhao, Orthodoxy Temple's Feng Ming, Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce's Zheng Yuan, Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's Lu Qi. Even Master Shao of Star Soul Palace is here. These 6 people were familiar faces to the countless cultivators in Maplewood City. When the Luanfeng appeared last time, these 6 people had come to Maplewood City to investigate. In the end, they presided over the opening of Star Soul Palace's 5-colored treasure pagoda, allowing Maplewood City's cultivators to gain experience inside. They had thought that being able to see the faces of these 6 master last time was already a blessing from the heavens, and that it would be impossible to see them again in this life. But they did not expect that in less than 2 years, these 6 people would gather together again and return to Maplewood City. For a small city like Maplewood City, this was simply impossible. Normally, even in 10 or 20 years, there might not be a single cultivator from the Emperor Realm passing by here. But now, the Emperor Realm actually came here every few days. For a time, the Spirit Lake was so silent that one could hear a pin drop as everyone looked up in awe. The 6 people seemed to have thought of this as well. Lu Qi of Violet Source Chamber of Commerce smiled and said, "This old master has always felt that Maplewood City was a bit unusual. He had long wanted to set up a branch here, but I never had the time to deal with it. Now it seems that setting up a branch is inevitable." Although Violet Source Chamber of Commerce also had properties in Maplewood City, such as the Spirit Pill Plaza that Kong Siran once managed, a branch and a property were 2 different things. A branch was a symbol of a chamber of commerce, and there must be a master in charge to coordinate the overall situation. As for a property, it could be big or small. Spirit Pill Plaza was a very small shop, so small that if it were not for the major events that happened in Maplewood City, Lu Qi would not have even heard of it. But Lu Qi knew the situation of every branch like the back of his hand. If the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce really set up a branch here, it would definitely be able to drive the economic development of Maplewood City to a great extent. In time, Maplewood City would no longer be an unknown small city. Hindsight. Sung Yuan sneered. The Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce and the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce were the 2 largest chambers of commerce in the Southern Territory, and the competition between them was fierce. Sung Yuan and Lu Qi were both vice president of the Chamber of Commerce, so they naturally didn't see eye to eye with each other. At this moment, after hearing Lu Qi's words, Sung Yuan couldn't help but curse at him. "Damn fatty, if you really have such foresight, why are you only telling me now?" Lu Qi squinted at Sung Yuan. He snorted and said, "My foresight is not something a mortal like you can look up to. Brag as much as you can. Bragging is free. Sung Yuan said disdainfully. Lu Qi shouted angrily before turning to Xiao Yuyang and cupping his fists. Master Xiao, Lu Qi requests to fight this horse-faced monster to the death. Sung Yuan's eyebrows twitched, and veins popped out on his forehead. He gritted his teeth and said, What are you talking about? Who are you calling a horse-faced monster? As he spoke, his already long cheeks became even longer. Lu Qi squinted at him and snorted. Then who are you calling a damn fatty? Sung Yuan sneered. You don't allow others to call you fat? If you have the ability, cut off the fat on your belly. As he spoke, he reached out and patted Lu Qi's big belly with a smile. Lu Qi took a few steps back and shouted, Hey, you horse-faced monster, you can talk, but don't get physical. He turned to look at Xiao Yuyang and said, Master Xiao, you saw it too. This guy is going too far. This old master will fight him to the death today. Enough, enough. Xiao Yuyang sweated profusely. Both of you are businessmen. Don't you understand the principle of making money peacefully? What's the point of fighting and killing as soon as you meet? Is it fun to make a fool of yourself in front of the little guys below? When the two heard this, they looked down and saw countless pairs of eyes staring at them with their mouths wide open, as if they were surprised that the Emperor realm was like this. It's really shameful to stand with you. Gao Shueting looked at the two with contempt. Our status and prestige have been dragged down, Chen Wenhao said expressionlessly. Feng Ming grinned from the side as his eyes flashed. Suddenly, his expression changed and he turned to look in a certain direction, asking curiously, Hey, isn't that the little brat who refined the extraordinary treasure pill? Why is he in Maplewood City? Following his gaze, everyone looked at Yang Kai. It really is him. Xiao Yuyang smiled slightly. Speaking of which, I always felt that this little brat looked familiar. It turns out that we met in Maplewood City before. This little brat is a talent. My Violet Source Chamber of Commerce wants him. Lu Qi looked at Yang Kai with shining eyes. Sung Yuan snorted. He probably already has a sect, so why are you trying to rope him in? Lu Qi sneered. With this Lu personally making an appearance, which sect would dare not give him face? Horse-faced, this old master is telling you, if you dare to compete with me this time, I will fight you to the death. Sung Yuan furrowed his brow and remained silent, as if he was considering the gains and losses. Gao Shueting said lightly, Vice President Lu, did you ask for my opinion before making such a decision on your own? Hearing this, Lu Qi's eyes widened, and he looked at Gao Shueting in shock. What does this have to do with Elder Gao? Gao Shueting stroked her hair behind her ear and said calmly, This little brat is already one of my people. Asterisk Gudong. Asterisk. A series of gulping sounds rang out, as Xiao Yuyang's eyes flashed with surprise as he stared at Gao Shueting. You your people? Lu Qi stuttered. He felt as if there was a lot of information hidden in this sentence. Sung Yuan was dumbfounded and said weakly, Temple Master Wen doesn't have any objections. What objections can he have? Gao Shueting looked at Sung Yuan blankly, not knowing what he meant by this. But soon, she seemed to have thought of something, and her face turned cold. A blush appeared on her pretty face. Her tender body trembled as the Emperor Artifact Radiant Sun Mirror floated above her head. Flames spewed out from the mirror, causing her skin to burn. Gao Shueting said coldly, If you dare to think about it without permission, this queen will cut you into 18 pieces. Why is it such a clear number like 18 pieces? Is there anything special about it? Lu Qi was a businessman after all. As soon as he heard the number, he wanted to take it seriously. That's not the point. Sung Yuan glanced at Lu Qi contemptuously, then looked at Gao Shueting and said, So this little brat is already a disciple of Azure Sun Temple? Gao Shueting snorted coldly, and put away the Radiant Sun Mirror without answering, looking unfathomable. How could she tell everyone that she tried to rope in Yang Kai, but was rejected by him? It would be too embarrassing if she said it out loud. She was an elder of a great force like Azure Sun Temple, and she had personally tried to rope in a Dao Source Realm cultivator, but she still failed. No one would believe her if she didn't tell them. Xiao Yuyang smiled slightly and said, Lan Sun admires this little brat very much, and feels that he will definitely achieve great things in the future. Since Elder Gao has accepted this little brat, this Xiao must congratulate you. Master Xiao is too polite, Gao Shuiting replied lightly. While they were talking, they kept looking in the direction of Yang Kai. This caused the people around Yang Kai to feel a mountain of pressure. Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Most people were surprised. They didn't know why Yang Kai was the focus of so many masters. Well, since everyone is here, let's deal with the spirit lake first. Xiao Yuyang changed the topic and looked at the spirit lake below, his eyes flashing as he said, "Before coming here, I learned a little about the situation here, but I didn't expect the world energy here to be so rich." Chen Wenhao's expression changed and he quickly asked, "How does it compare to Star Palace's heaven-grade cultivation Holy Land?" Everyone else also looked at Xiao Yuyang curiously, wanting to know how powerful Star Soul Palace's heaven-grade cultivation Holy Land was. Xiao Yuyang was silent for a while before saying, "It's slightly inferior, but it's not far off." As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. The spirit lake below them had the densest spirit qi they had ever seen in their lives. None of the cultivation grounds in their own sect could compare to it, but it still couldn't compare to the heaven-grade cultivation sacred land of Star Soul Palace. It could be imagined just how rich the spirit qi in a heaven-grade cultivation sacred land was. It was no wonder that Star Soul Palace could dominate the southern territory for so long. Ignoring the top masters like the Bright Moon Great Emperors, just Star Soul Palace's heaven-grade cultivation Holy Land alone could produce countless masters, enough to meet the needs of a sect. Realizing the gap, everyone felt a little lonely. Let's not talk about this for now. There are 18 spirit springs below this spirit lake, and the world energy in these spirit springs is endless, which is why the spirit lake is formed. If they are allowed to continue like this, I'm afraid it won't be long before they dry up. We need to seal this place first. Xiao Yuyang looked at Lu Qi as he spoke. "Brother Lu, I remember that your Emperor Artifact duality record has the effect of sealing and suppressing, right?" Lu Qi smiled proudly. "Master Xiao has a good memory." Xiao Yuyang said. "Then I'll have to trouble Brother Lu," Lu Qi said. "This Lu will naturally obey Master Zhao's orders." As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward with a solemn expression. Ripples visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions as the foot stepped on the void. Endless emperor intent descended and filled the air. When the cultivator gathered around the spirit lake saw this scene, how could they not know that the Emperor Realm's masters were about to make a move? Their expressions changed slightly, as they retreated one after another to avoid being affected by the aftershocks. On the other hand, Lu Qi clenched his fist before a thick and heavy book suddenly appeared in his hand. The book seemed to have come from the ancient times, and it had endured the baptism and ups and downs of countless years, causing it to be suffused with an extremely profound aura. Everyone's eyes were immediately attracted to it. Yang Kai's eyes also lit up. Although he knew that Lu Qi took out an emperor artifact, this was the first time he had seen an emperor artifact of this type, so he didn't know what kind of mysterious divine technique it contained. Emperor Artifact Duality Record. Duan Yuanshan seemed to have already heard about it, and shouted from the side. Chapter 2278. Isn't it just a book? How did it become an emperor artifact? Zhang Ruo, she hadn't seen much of the world, so she didn't hold back when she spoke, so she asked directly. Duan Yuanshan smiled and said, "Artifacts come in many forms, and they don't necessarily have to be swords, spears, or sticks. However, the more peculiar an artifact is, the more peculiar its power is. I have heard of this dual rights record. It is said that it was originally an ancient book, but after absorbing a lot of emperor aura and emperor intent from the emperor realm, it gradually turned into an emperor artifact, and was obtained by Master Lu Qi. It is extremely powerful." Zhang Ruo, she was confused and didn't understand how powerful it was. However, the few Dao Source Realm cultivators all had solemn expressions as they stared at the Emperor artifact in Lu Qi's hand. They were secretly excited, thinking about how great it would be if they could one day reach the Emperor realm and obtain an Emperor artifact. In the sky, Lu Qi's expression was solemn as he formed a series of seals and patted the dual rights record a few times. With a whoosh, the heavy dual rights record flew out and floated above the spirit lake, releasing a mysterious aura. Lu Qi's body surged with emperor intent and emperor pressure filled the air. His hands were constantly forming seals as he muttered. Tai Chi gives birth to yin and yang. Yin and yang become the 4 divisions. 4 divisions become the 8 trigrams. And the 8 trigrams return to the 10 directions. As he muttered, the dual rights record suddenly flipped on its own. The pages of the book rustled. And as the pages flipped, a large amount of golden light flew out, radiating in all directions like a weeping willow. The golden light contained an indescribable power fluctuation, as if it could seal a part of the world and turn it into a cage. Lu Qi's hand seals became faster and faster, and his expression became more and more solemn. Leisurely, he stopped his hand seals. He shouted in a low voice, Yuanji! Kong! The golden light shone so brightly that people couldn't open their eyes. At this moment, almost all the cultivators gathered around the spirit lake were pushed back by an invisible and gentle force, but they weren't hurt at all. They were pushed back 1,000 feet before they could stabilize themselves. When the golden light dissipated, everyone looked up and their jaws dropped. Above the spirit lake, at this moment, a golden semicircular light screen appeared, directly covering the area around the spiritual lake, completely sealing off the spiritual qi around it. The entire spiritual lake covered an area of 10,000 feet, but Lu Qi had sealed and suppressed it with his own strength. Moreover, after the incident, he did not blush and his heart did not skip a beat, as if he had just done a trivial thing. The eyes of all the Tao Source Realm cultivators lit up as they yearned for it. He fantasized about the day when he would have such great power. And after doing all this, Lu Qi turned around and cupped his fists towards Xiao Yuyang. Fortunately, I did not fail. Xiao Yuyang nodded, many thanks. After he finished speaking, he took a step forward and glanced down. All the cultivator gathered here couldn't help but puff out their chests. Everyone felt that under Xiao Yuyang's sweeping gaze, they were no exception. He was looking at him. He was being watched by a silver star emissary of Star Soul Palace. Who would dare to not behave properly? Xiao Yuyang said loudly, the spiritual lake has suddenly appeared in Maplewood City, and it is a blessing for our southern territory. However, although the spiritual qi of the spiritual lake is rich, if it is left alone, it will dry up one day, so it needs to be sealed first. As for how to use this spiritual lake to benefit the common people, I will need to discuss it carefully with the master. As he spoke, he suddenly looked at Duan Yuanshan and said with a pleasant expression, City Lord Duan, you are the City Lord of Maplewood City. Come and join us. Duan Yuanshan was flattered and his face flushed. He cupped his fists and said, It is this Duan's honor to be invited by the master. Xiao Yuyang nodded and said in a clear voice, But rest assured, since this spirit lake has appeared in Maplewood City, no one will be able to take it away. We will not forcibly occupy it, and will open it to everyone after we discuss it properly. Just wait for the good news. What? The spiritual lake will be opened? Are you serious? Did I hear it wrong? These words came from Master Zhao's mouth, so they can't be false. Master Xiao is good. Star Soul Palace is indeed the overlord sect of our southern territory, so generous. The group of cultivator thought that they would not have a share of the spiritual lake in the future. But when they heard Xiao Yuyang's words, they all burst into an uproar and joy appeared on their faces. However, there were quite a few people who seemed to be deep in thought. Xiao Yuyang's identity and status were high, so it was impossible for him to lie in front of so many people. If he said that the spiritual lake would be opened in the future, then it would definitely be opened. But if there was a cultivator who wanted to enter the spiritual lake to cultivate in the future, it would not be so simple. At the very least, they would have to meet certain conditions or pay a certain price. Otherwise, if any Tom, Dick, or Harry could enter, this spiritual lake would not be able to accommodate all of them. It was conceivable that in less than a month, the news of Maplewood City's spiritual lake would spread throughout the entire Southern Territory. At that time, Some independent cultivator without a sect or background would flock to the spiritual lake in order to seize a place to cultivate. Maplewood City would definitely become the focus of the entire Southern Territory, and it would definitely attract countless masters. As the city lord of Maplewood City, Duan Yuan Shan's Maplewood City was originally a small city that was not loved by anyone, but now, it was about to become the most popular city in the entire Southern Territory. For a moment, his heart was filled with mixed feelings, excitement and worry. He was excited because with the spiritual lake here, it was impossible for Maplewood City not to do anything. As long as it could attract a certain number of talents, Maplewood City would definitely grow rapidly in the future and become a top city. He was worried that he was not strong enough to suppress those foreign masters. For a moment, he could not help but worry about his gains and losses. All right, everyone can disperse. I believe that it won't be long before you hear the good news, Xiao Yuyang said as he waved his hand. When the many cultivators heard this, they did not dare to stay any longer. They all cupped their fists at him and rushed in the direction of Maplewood City. Yang Kai! Gao Shueting suddenly shouted. Yang Kai turned around and said with a smile, "What is Elder Gao's order?" "Come find me in my room tonight," Gao Shueting said with a faint expression. Yang Kai suddenly froze in place. The cultivators who were preparing to return to the Azure Sun Temple also froze in place. They turned their heads and looked at Gao Shueting dumbfoundedly. Their eyes were wide open, as if they could not believe their ears. They were all thinking that although Elder Gao of Azure Sun Temple looked cold and indifferent, she was actually such a proactive person. For a moment, everyone looked at Yang Kai with eyes full of envy, jealousy and hatred. They did not know how this boy was so outstanding that Elder Gao would favor him so much. The expressions of several cultivators from the Emperor realm were also interesting. Although they knew that Gao Shueting did not mean it that way, they felt that there was something wrong with her words. "Why do you have such expressions?" Gao Shueting looked coldly at the several cultivators from the Emperor realm beside her. Her pretty face so cold that a layer of frost could be scraped off it. "No, nothing. My stomach is very upset. I'm afraid I caught a cold last night." Sung Yuan looked like he was in so much pain that he wanted to die. He clutched his stomach, as if he would die in the next moment. "I ate something before I came. I think it's bad." Lu Qi also replied with a bitter expression. "Are you kidding me?" Gao Shueting smiled coldly. The vice presidents of the two chambers of commerce smiled awkwardly, not knowing how to answer. At the critical moment, Xiao Yuyang coughed lightly and said, "Let's get down to business." Yes, yes, yes. Chen Wenhao nodded his head like a chicken pecking rice, afraid that Gao Shueting would also ask him. On the other side, Yang Kai was embarrassed for a while before he cupped his fists and said seriously, "Yes." Gao Shueting nodded and said, "Go." Yang Kai felt as if he had been granted amnesty. He pulled Zhang Ruoxi and followed the crowd to Maplewood City. Along the way, countless cultivators stared at him. Even Luo Yuan glanced at him with a strange expression. "Damn it, there's no justice in this world. This young master is so handsome, yet that Elder Gao doesn't even look at me. Why is she so kind to you?" Ning Yuan Shu, under the protection of Gao Shan and Lu Shuai, shouted at Yang Kai from a distance with an indignant expression. Yang Kai sneered and shook his head, blowing his black hair in the air. "Obviously, I'm a little more handsome than you. Do you believe that yourself?" Ning Yuan Shu sneered. "Sir is the most handsome." Zhang Ruoxi suddenly interrupted shyly, then lowered her head again. Yang Kai smiled and patted her little head. "Little girl, you have good taste. When you grow up, you will definitely find a good husband." "No way." Zhang Ruoxi's voice was like a mosquito. Ning Yuan Shu's nose was crooked from anger when he saw this man and woman openly flirt with each other right under his nose. Suddenly, Yang Kai's face turned serious and he said in a deep voice, "Young palace master, let's take this opportunity to talk openly." "Talk about what?" Ning Yuan Shu was stunned. Yang Kai glanced at him and said, "It just so happens that Gao Shan and Lu Shuai are also here. So let's have them bear witness. I witnessed the death of your eldest brother, Ning Yuan Cheng, with my own eyes." Hearing this, Gao Shan and Lu Shuai trembled. Ning Yuanshu's eyes also shrank and he roared. Sure enough, it was you. Yang Kai snorted. Although I saw it, I didn't kill Ning Yuansheng. Then who killed him? Ning Yuanshu asked. With spirit. With spirit. Ning Yuanshu raised his brow and showed a blank look, as if he had never heard of it before. However, Gao Shan and Lu Shui's eyes shrank. Gao Shan exclaimed. 2 years ago, this old master heard that a wood spirit was wreaking havoc in Maplewood City. It spread wood spirit seeds, devoured souls, and enslaved people. Yes, I don't know when Ning Yuansheng was infected by the wood spirit seed, but no one noticed. The events of that day are quite complicated. But since Ning Yuansheng is a member of your Flying Saint Palace, I'll tell you about it. Immediately, Kai Yang gave a brief account of what had happened that day. After hearing this, Gao Shan pondered for a long time before speaking. According to what you said, on the day of the auction, Han Lung, an abandoned disciple of Star Soul Palace, followed eldest young master and the others as they left and ambushed them outside the city to steal their treasures. Although he defeated Elder Lu Yi of my sacred palace, he was killed by the wood spirit in eldest young master's body? Yes, Yang Kai nodded. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.